Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear
Good
me?
morning. Yes, we can, if you can hear me as well.
Okay, I can hear you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to October session of Pan-African webinar. You're all welcome to this call. My name is Morufat Temitope Adeniran. I'm the coordinator of Fun to Learn Kids Club, where we'll get children to work with, get better and have fun while they learn when schools and teachers are on holiday. So I'll be your host for today's meeting, for today's webinar. Thank you, BK, for the introduction. And sorry about Nigeria happening to you. I hope you get it resolved as soon as possible. So we'll be having let me just give you a rundown of what is going to happen today. Thank you for coming early. And please remember to invite your friends, family to join this call. Anytime we have OSP, a SECA Pan-Africa webinar is always loaded. So please ensure that you invite friends so that they can also benefit from this great opportunity. So for today, we're going to be having some speakers. We have 4 speakers coming to speak to us. And from the profile of this speaker, I know you're in for a good time and a very powerful session. So we're going to have some introduction, which Ubike has done for us. We're going to have our first speaker, Mr. Abdullahi Jibrin Ahmed, from 10 o'clock to 10:45. We're also going to be having a break shortly after then. Then we have our next speaker, Juliet Chukas Onoeko. And after that, we have a little break because we have to keep stretching. We can't sit for so long. So we're also going to be having that. And after that, we're going to have some announcements about SECA Africa and all the SECA announcements. Then we'll have our next speaker shortly after that. And then we'll have a review on our marketing without a budget and the brand community mastermind. We're very big at SECA African community, which what the book talks about. So we're going to learn more about that. And then our next speaker is going to come up and then we'll have a general recap of what we have learned. And we'll have hello, can you still hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Yes.
Can hear you.
Okay, so my network went off. Okay. So then we're going to also have our closing thoughts by our host, Dr. Sam Obafemi, aka the Octopus. So as we start, let me read about let me introduce our speaker. Our first speaker is supposed to be Mr. Abdullahi J. Ahmed. I think he's on the call already. So let me quickly read about his profile. Let me give you this profile, then we can begin immediately. Okay, my network is acting up, so it's making my system up and down. What's going on here? Sorry about that. Okay, this is back. Oh, okay. Where am I? My every Zoom seems to be off. Okay. Apologies, please. All right. All right. So Mr. Abdullahi Jibrin Ahmed is a prof. Oh my, what is going on here? Mr. Abdullah Jibrin Ahmed is a dynamic and influential professional with an illustrious career spanning over 25 years, leaving an indelible impact in the realms of central banking, commercial banking, and the upstream oil and gas exploration sector. His unwavering commitment to excellence, coupled with his visionary leadership, has propelled him to the forefront of his field, earning him a reputation as a true industry luminary. With a profound educational background, Abdullah holds a Bachelor of Science degree in accountancy from the esteemed University of Jos. He has continually sought personal and professional growth, augmenting his expertise through extensive local and international training programs and courses. Armed with a vast array of knowledge, he effortlessly navigates the intricacies of the ever-evolving business landscape. Abdullah's exceptional skill set encompasses a multitude of competencies. His ability to motivate and inspire teams is unparalleled, fostering a work environment that thrives on enthusiasm and collaboration. A master in effective management and delegation, he empowers individuals to reach their full potential, resulting in enhanced productivity and remarkable achievements. Wow. Renowned for his exceptional communication and negotiation skills. That's why he's a banker. Abdullah possesses a unique talent for building and maintaining fruitful relationships. His adeptness in public relations and captivating presentation skills have allowed him to effectively convey his organization's messages and create a lasting impact on stakeholders and audiences alike. With an intricate understanding of multifaceted business operations, Abdullah exhibits a profound financial acumen, making informed decisions that drive profitability and sustainable growth. He excels in planning and forecasting. Consistently identifying opportunities and mitigating risks in highly complex environments. His aptitude for solving intricate problems and precision and creativity sets him apart as a true strategic thinker and invaluable asset to any organization. Throughout his illustrious career, Abdullah has achieved remarkable milestones and delivered exceptional results, whether providing budgetary and financial stewardship support, ensuring compliance with regulation, or spearheading business continuity plans. It consistently exceeds expectation and leaves an indelible mark on the organization itself. With a remarkable track record of success, Abdullah Jibrin Ahmed stands as an influential figure in his field. His resolute dedication to excellence, unwavering leadership, and ability to navigate diverse market dynamics make him a formidable force in driving organizational growth, fostering innovation, and leaving an enduring legacy of success. Please make welcome for our banker and public and government affairs advisor, Mr. Abdullah Jibrin Ahmed. Mr. Abdullah, welcome, sir. Mr. Ahmed, welcome, sir.
Thank you. How should I address you?
Okay.
MT
Adeniran is fine. So
okay.
my maiden name is Ahmed. Just the way you spell your name. I hope we're not related somehow.
Perhaps we're related from somewhere. 10 degrees apart. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opening remarks or the resume reading.
Yes,
I believe we can go ahead and start.
Yes, please. Over to you now.
Okay.
Just at the time.
Okay.
We'll start.
Okay, so first and foremost,
we have about 45 minutes. Yes.
45 minutes. I'll try and do the best I can in 45 minutes without encroaching on our time.
All right, sir. We're listening. Over to you.
Okay. So I guess all the salutations have been done. So I'll start with I can see that people from from Florida. So I'd like to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. And thanks for joining us today for the October edition of Pan-Africa webinar, where I'm walking us through the topic essential tips for effective meeting, strategies to make meetings productive. And also thanks to SOPCA, led by the versatile octopus, Dr. Sam Obafemi and his team, for the opportunity to be speaking at this webinar today. Before we dive in, while we're here, I'd like to share a quick story with you, and perhaps some of us can relate to that. A lot of have been attending meetings, I'm sure, over the years, and one that comes ready to mind to me is a meeting I attended a while ago. It was supposed to last for 1 hour, but ended up stretching over 2 hours without any clear outcomes of what we are supposed to do there. Most people left the meeting, including me, wondering what the meeting.
What's going on? Hello?
Attending this one this morning. And I'm sure one of you somewhere experienced some kind of similar experiences in the past when attending meetings. So today, I'm here to share some insights to help us avoid situations like this as much as possible. Our focus here is going to be on office type meetings, maybe like functional or formal kind of meeting settings. And you're also able to believe with me that a lot of corporations today, or where we work today, is a fast-paced environment. Everything is going so fast now, and meetings can become a bit overwhelming. And perhaps, but it's a necessary evil. We must attend meetings, I dare say. However, when done right, meetings can be incredibly powerful tools for collaboration and decision making. And therefore, our goal today is to explore how we can transform our meetings from time wasters into productive sessions. And during this webinar, we'll cover several areas: importance of effective meetings, key components, and common pitfalls to avoid in meetings. So I'd like to encourage you to please take notes and think about how you can apply either at least one of these tips or all in your own meetings, and also share it others as well. I want this to be an interactive session. Please feel free to ask questions at any time. Is that allowed, Mr. Adeniro? Or how are the questions going to be taken? Is it as you go along, or?
No, they can drop their questions in the chat room, and then at the end of the session, so maybe like 10, 40 minutes for the conversation, and at the end for questions and answers and comments and contributions. But as the conversation is going, you can work with the chat room so that at the end we can check through to see anything.
Okay, that works. So like she said, so feel free to ask your questions, drop them in the chat box, and also feel free to share your tips or stories in the chat box as we go along. So I want us to learn from each other's experiences so that by the time we leave today, we're better informed and with more resources in our hands than we came here this morning. And I believe this should be enjoyable for everyone. So let's keep the atmosphere light and engaging. And together we can make our meetings enjoyable as we go along from here today. So with that said, let's jump into our first slide. I'll go ahead and present what I have to share with us today, and confirm to me you can see the screen and you can see the slides.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, so like I said, our topic is essential tips for effective meetings, strategies to make meetings productive. We have an agenda we're going to run through today. What are meetings, their objective, the importance, key component of effective meetings, common pitfalls to avoid, some key benefits from this engagement today, conclusion, and some statistics on meetings and workplace productivity. And our first slide is, what are meetings? Now, Meetings are gatherings where individuals come together to discuss specific topics, share ideas, and make decisions. Our webinar today can be counted as what is a meeting. They can be formal, like business conferences, or informal, like casual catch-ups with friends. They can happen in person or virtually through video calls, allowing team members to collaborate effectively. And this is very important for meetings that happen across various locations across the world. So this is quite helpful for meetings that happen internationally, even locally at different locations. Now, understanding what constitutes a meeting is crucial for ensuring that they're effective and result-driven. They are called to communicate information, solve problems, and plan future actions. Meeting types also include team meetings, board meetings, one-on-one meetings, departmental meetings, kickoff meetings, performance reviews, etc. Others could include village meetings, village associations, alumni meeting from us. They can vary widely depending on the context and purpose of that meeting. Therefore, establishing clear meeting objectives is fundamental to achieving these results. And some common goals there include information sharing, decision making, problem solving, and team building. These are just one of so many goals you have in meetings. And I'm sure for all various meetings as well, you also have goals you want to achieve as objectives of your meetings. Now, what are the importance? Like I said earlier on, in today's fast work environment, effective meetings are crucial for team collaboration, problem solving, productivity, and decision making. Meetings are a daily or weekly part of our regular schedule for most workers, and they might actually be detrimental to workplace if they are not properly handled or they have no clear purpose, like I mentioned earlier on. So our presentation today will explore some tips that can help you master the art of conducting successful meetings and ensure that they're efficient and productive. And by following these tips, your meetings will be more productive and participants will feel engaged and motivated and help you drive positive change in your meetings and essentially your organizations as well. Now, the first of our components of productive meetings is a clear focus. This, I think I've mentioned a few times before this slide came up. Before scheduling your meeting, have a clear objective. Ask yourself what you want to achieve. Every meeting should have a clear purpose to help discussions and take decisions and specific goals. So setting specific goals ensure that participants are aligned and focused, making it easier to measure the success of the meeting. And clarity, of course, helps participants understand why the meeting is convened and what outcomes are expected. So, of course, for everything you do in life, there must be an objective. There must be an aim and what you want to achieve. At the end of whatever meetings you have, there should be some kind of resolution that comes that be able to apply to your workplace or whatever situation you're trying to resolve. And every meeting also should have a structured agenda. This provides you a roadmap, which is essential for keeping your meetings focused. It should help you outline the topic to discuss and allocate specific time slots for each segment. Like Mr. Adere now said, I had 45 minutes to run this through. So particularly, I have a topic here now, and I have 45 minutes to run this topic through. And I think if you notice, OBK sent in the agenda ahead of this meeting today. So distributing the agenda helps participants prepare effectively in attending the meeting. Now, for every meeting, there should be a facilitator. He or she helps chair the meeting, sets the ground rules, and establish norms of discussion, runs and directs the meetings and keeps the meeting focused, and ensure there are no interruptions and distractions, and also keep discussions on track, ensures time management, and addresses any potential conflict during meetings. And of course, it helps members stay on topic and not veer, of course, more like somebody who sits there and, as they say in life, holds the big whip to make sure people are falling in line, or like a shepherd leading his flock in the field there to get feed and water. There also should be a secretary. Now, every meeting should have a scribe who will take the minutes of the meeting and document key points and decisions made during the meeting. This responsibility ensures follow through and ensures that the meeting leads to tangible outcomes, assigns action items to specific individuals with clear outlines. So this secretary sits there. Even at the higher levels of government, how what is called secretary to the government. That's as far as federal government is concerned. That tells you how important secretaries are. In companies, you hear secretary to the board. You hear about secretariat. In local meetings, school meetings, you have secretaries. So they ensure that all decisions are recorded and then are assigned to individuals to take actions on them. Of course, time management is key, which is important. Meetings should start on time and end on time. And typically, meetings last 30, 60 minutes, depending on what your objectives are. And also allocate time slots for each agenda item. This will help keep discussions focused and prevents unnecessary overruns of agreed time limit or timelines. And avoid waiting for latecomers, because every minute you're waiting for latecomers, it enters into your meeting time, of course, may affect the decisions you want to take. Of course, time management is key. Respecting the scheduled time is vital. And if the meeting is going to take very long for a couple of hours, like Mr. Adeniran told us, provide opportunities for breaks. And since we are virtual, maybe, Madam, maybe you can send us virtual refreshments to help us manage our time accordingly. The sixth one is the right format. Nowadays, we have technology that's taking over a lot part of our life. So meetings are now in person, virtual, or hybrid. In-person meeting is one-on-one, all physical. Virtual is where you have it entirely online, like Zoom meeting we're having today. And the hybrid, where you have some people sitting in the room and then others joining online. Either format will enhance your participation and interaction if handled well. Technology can enhance communication, collaboration, making meetings more efficient, like we're having today, regardless of location. Utilize collaborative tools like we're having this Zoom meeting today. It helps us talk to others across different time zones and locations. And be mindful of tech-related issues and have backups. Of course, visual aids, if you need to, they enhance understanding and retention. And there are white slides, whiteboards, and handouts. But please keep them concise and focused. The seventh one is some best practices for virtual meetings. Send virtual meeting, these have been invitations. Sorry for the typo. Send virtual meeting invitations. Ensure that all participants can access ICE technology before the meetings. Ensure proper names are displayed for easy identification. Some people log in with, you see Zoom user, you see some strange names and begin to wonder whether they are supposed to be that kind of meetings or not. So please, before you log in, enter your name so that can be easily identified, because these things are recorded for posterity. You want your name to be captured properly and ensure the names are displayed for easy identification. Compromising position, and it was really embarrassing for him, and he didn't know, and it was really a full show for people on the meeting. So please, before turning your camera, make sure you're in a proper position, you're properly dressed and kitted before you put on your cameras. And for larger meetings, consider using breakout rooms or smaller discussions. I think these Zoom facilities provide for that. And schedule meetings by being mindful, considering participants' time zones. And always have a backup plan. Aha, somebody's mic is on. So you see what unmuted mics do to meetings? This came very apt for this meeting. Have a backup plan for glitches when it happens. Because of Nigeria, you need to have generator, inverter, standby power supply. Have to have like 2 or 3 internet connections with batteries. But whatever it is you need to do, please try and have a backup plan for virtual meetings. And for your meetings, invite only necessary invitees to participants. This is essential for the discussions. You don't want somebody who doesn't belong there to bring issues that are going to distract you. And ensure that everyone invited has a clear role in the meeting. You have a purpose, like I said earlier on, for objective of being in that meeting. Because having the right mix of participants can lead to more productive conversations and better decision making for the organization. And foster and where all participants feel comfortable sharing their ideas, open communication. You have some meetings where a lot of people like to hear their voices. They drown other people's voices. Or have meeting facilitators who practically take over the meeting. It's only them that want to talk. If you don't allow people to talk, they don't bring out in their minds. Their ideas for the betterment of the meeting. And it also gives them confidence of being part of that team. And open dialogue nurtures the creativity where all voices are heard, like I said, and encourages active participation. You allow people to speak freely with respect, of course, so they can have the innovative solutions you need to have. Our 10th one is really essential for productive meetings. After the meeting, distribute minutes of meetings. Send out a summary of key decisions of meetings to all participants and assign action items to them with deadlines, and also solicit feedback from the assigned item given to them, and schedule follow-up meetings if necessary to track progress on action item. So meetings happen weekly, some happen twice a week, some happen every 2 weeks, whatever period you have. This should help you follow up these. And also, the secretary, of course, keep records of these things so that people can be reminded of their action items. Because following up reinforces accountability and, of course, keeps everyone informed of what was discussed and what needs to be done. Even after 10 or 20 years, if it's properly kept, you can also go back in time and check action items from the past to the present and also leading to the future. So there's continuity in the records that have been kept for posterity. And now some pitfalls for us to avoid. Please avoid arriving for certain meetings that I mentioned earlier. Respect others' time and schedules. If you schedule a meeting for 60 minutes, some people have meetings, for instance, from 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So if you don't start on time, finish on time, it's going to encroach into other people's meeting. And to end with. Lack of clear objectives, like I mentioned earlier on, will cause confusion and waste of time. And of course, waste of time is waste of company time, which is an asset to the organization. Lack of detailed minutes of meeting doesn't keep records, like I mentioned earlier on. And most importantly, overcrowded meetings. If you have a meeting room for 10 people, I need only 10 people for that meeting. Don't invite 20 or 30 people. It's going to become overcrowded, noisy, and to hinder effective decision making. Invite only people necessary for that meeting. And going off topic, align discussions to sometimes you go for meetings and somebody brings last night, or for instance, somebody says, yesterday I went to the petrol station and I bought fuel for 1,000 naira. This one said I bought for 900 naira. And before you know it, some issues that are even part of the meeting will now cause you to drift. And because these are exciting things to talk about, inflation, foreign exchange is falling, you just find a way of losing track of the meeting. So avoid issues like that. And of course, allowing side talks is a huge distraction because if two or three people are discussing a meeting, I begin to have pockets of meetings. it distracts everybody from why they're there. And then, of course, you lose focus and ignoring action items. When you take minutes of meetings, those action items are deliverables on people. They become responsibilities for people to deliver on each of their each of the assignments that they're given. If you have a departmental meeting, for instance, you have head of operations, you have head of public affairs, you have head of accounting. Everybody has a role in the meeting, and decisions are taken and are given your action items to deliver. If you don't deliver on them, you're hindering the progress of that department and your deliverables. So please look at these common pitfalls, and you have drive, clarity, and focus. They build a sense of team unity, making everyone feel heard and valued. It increases productivity and efficiency, talking about feedback and action items, enhances collaboration and communication. It improves decision-making outcomes, and of course, reduce meeting times and costs. You run meetings on time, end them on time, and go to other parts of the business that you need to do. And also boosts employee engagement and satisfaction. So all these key benefits you have, effective meetings, clarity and focus, team unity, team bonding, productivity, efficiency. These are all things behind corporate organization. And each thing you see here has a purpose on where they are or why they are there. So you put these key benefits together versus the key pitfalls or pitfalls to avoid. You certainly are going to have an enriching conversation. And I'm sure every one of us seated here today attended one meeting or the other in the last 1 week. Whether it's corporate meetings, your business meetings, your family meetings, even your estate meetings, estate association meetings, or even people have clubs, people that love cars or vehicles or gardening, they have meetings. So whatever kind of meetings you have, you should be properly structured. And you take this advice on this meeting today. I assure you your meetings will be better handled and dealt with. And I want to leave us with this words in conclusion. There are quite a few of them, but I'll run them through. Efficient meetings are crucial for maximizing productivity, enhancing collaboration, and making informed decisions. Efficient meetings, they are purposeful, they are well planned, engaging, and are crucial for success. If they are well planned, everybody is well engaged, and have properly laid out action items, then of course you are leading to success. And even if those action items are applied and they're not effective, at least you know which checkpoints to look at and then work backwards and correct them. And because of continuity in discussions, you'll be able to fine-tune what you need to do at the end of the day, and then you have success. And of course, in life, everything needs preparation. Everything in life needs preparation, including meetings. That is why meetings should have clear objectives and a well-prepared agenda, communicated to people in advance, hold the meeting, take notes, and then follow up decisions taking, which is critical for success. And during meetings, please, before the meeting or during the meeting, it is essential to have a facilitator to keep discussions on track and ensure all voices are heard. We discuss pitfalls to avoid, because if you don't avoid them, they're going to lead to more ineffective meetings. And effective meetings are opposite of efficient and effective meetings. So you can find the balance of the two of them and see which one should work for you. And breaks, provide opportunities for breaks and refreshments for long meetings. Sometimes, if this meeting is going to be a physical starting at 9 o'clock, ending past at 2 o'clock, certainly we will need to have breaks, bathroom breaks, refreshments, so that at least people can come back and continue the sessions in a bit more engaging manner. Because once you are tired, you lose focus, you are thinking of so many things at the same time, and the essence of being there is lost. Reflect on your current meeting and consider applying one of these strategies in your next meeting. Look at all the slides and look at them again, listen to the recording again, and take one item back to your meeting. Whatever meetings you are going to have, take one of them. And most importantly, monitor progress and adjust these tips accordingly. Take them back to your various units, whatever it is you do. Go through them and monitor progress of this thing. If it doesn't work, adjust the tips according to what works for you. Because no one size fits all. If you go to the shoe shop to buy a shoe, first thing they ask is, what is your shoe size? That's what they ask you. So find a way to ensure that the shoe fits very well if you adopt these tips we've discussed today. And please share these tips with your teams and organizations and start implementing these tips. Intentional planning. So whatever you do, be intentional about it. Have your clear objectives, have your agenda, have your facilitator, have your secretary, and all those key things we discussed. Either as a physical meeting, is a virtual meeting, is a hybrid. Each of them is a meeting, and they all have their objectives and reasons why they're there. Adjust these tips we have accordingly to suit your meeting. And my takeaway is, please let us commit to making our meetings more efficient and productive, not just for ourselves, but our teams and organizations as a whole. And you can see that red box there is from Phil Jackson. Those of you that used to watch basketball way back, you remember he led he was a team coach for Chicago Bulls during the time of Michael Jordan. Everybody can remember. If you don't know who Michael Jordan is, please go to the internet and search for Michael Jordan and Phil Jackson. They did wonderfully well together as a coach and a player and players as well. And he said the strength of the team is each individual member, and the strength of each member is a team. So in essence, we have a team of people, individual members make up that team, and the weakest link in that team could destroy that team. So please, if you have a team of people, if you are the leader, you are a member, whatever it is in a team, try and be a useful member of that team so that I can contribute meaningfully to your meetings that you have. So I want to thank you very much for your time and your participation. And that's my number below, my email. And I'll leave you with this, questions and answers. And there's statistics doing my research to the internet, of course, time of digitalization. And I found that so much material out there on meetings. It's unbelievable the kind of stuff you find there on the internet on meetings and productivity. And, I was able to filter 7 out of so many, which I think will be useful to all of us. And the title of the articles are there, and then where I was able to get them. Plus, of course, my own personal experience over the years were all used to make this presentation. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And I think it's time for us to end here and have some questions and answers. Hope I was able to talk within time, Mr. Daniel. I was trying to make sure I don't infringe on one of the points I was given, overrunning the meeting. And
one of your points was time management, and this was an effective one. You have even used less than the time that has been allotted to you. So we have about 15 minutes for question and answer instead of 5 minutes. So well done, sir.
Oh,
You
thank you,
you
ma'am.
you practice what you preach, because these days people just say things and they don't practice it. So thank you for this. This was very enlightening, and I liked it so much because I remember when I joined, I'm a teacher, so when I joined my organization newly, I remember the first
Mm,
meeting I had with them, and then we all came out and we sat down, and the head teacher just came in and they talk, and the meeting ended. So being in the organization, I
yeah,
asked my colleague, I said, was this a meeting? Why didn't they just send us an email? Since they were not going to hear for us, so this was just information sharing session. So she could have just sent us a mail or something instead of us having to come and assemble.
that's
And she
true.
just said
Mm,
everything,
mm,
everybody is going. So why did we have to come? I just saw it as a time waster because there's so many things I could have done. First
exactly.
thing in the morning as a classroom
Mhm.
then I'm here just coming to listen to you, and that's it, you know. So that was one. Then I have a question before anybody asks. So I was going to say, so like now I've gotten this information. I agree with many of it because some of the things I picked from it was that there should be a clear purpose and objective.
Yeah,
There
it
should be a
happens during
structured
virtual
agenda,
meetings.
facilitator, secretary. In fact, that this part of the secretary taking minutes and ensuring that action points are taken and then they are shared out to who is supposed to have it, do it, and
Mm,
then the minutes of the meeting shared with everyone. I've been in a
yeah,
system where fine, they will take minutes, but they don't share it with anyone. They just put it as part of their report. So next meeting we're starting, we're just continuing, and all the things you have said there, you won't, nobody goes back to it, or you now see that things are not done, but nobody shared the meeting to serve as
there's
a
no order,
reminder.
right?
So my,
No order or reminder
yes,
or
I just,
reflecting back to the
yes,
past.
nothing. Everybody
Exactly.
just, yes. And these are things you're supposed to do that will make, that it's supposed to take things forward, right? So it's not being shared. It's nobody remembers anything except by yourself. You remember what you're supposed to do, and you're just that kind of effective person that will do it. So my question is, how do you ensure all these processes are integrated in your organization without you having to carry on that task? So what now happens is that if you want that, the way they say the result of hard work is more work. If you are now
It's more
pushing
work,
for
exactly.
that, and the
Mm.
task now falls on you, everybody now leaves it to you because you are the one that wants it. How do you avoid such that the secretary will take the meeting and do the needful and also share the minutes when it is necessary, as opposed to you now having to take on those responsibilities in addition to what you are doing and this
And
one that is not yours?
for secretary, we seem to forget that secretaries are also employees of Madam. We're all team members. It's just that one is
Yes,
the chairman of the meeting.
yes.
We all have our day jobs to do. So being a secretary is assigned to you doesn't
Mm-hmm.
mean that you carry the people's load on your head. If you're the head of operations, you
Yes.
have a to do. You're head of accounting. You're
Mm-hmm.
head of maybe production. You have the public affairs. You're head of this, head of that. The secretary can't do that. He may be a junior officer in the team who was assigned to do that, but it doesn't mean that it's his job. It's for him to follow
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
Okay, I missed the point. I think my network froze for a while, so I missed something you said.
Okay. Maybe someone in the team who was listening can help.
Okay.
Let us see if someone in the team can help. What did I say? Can I not remember what I said to remind Madam? Someone offer, volunteer.
Yes, please, so that this is interactive. They said we should try and hear everybody's voice. So who heard that and could help me replay it?
This would be a good test to all of us, whether we are listening or we are doing something else. Madam's network
Okay,
is
so
helping us. So anyone, please, I'll mute my mic and then allow others to answer your
to
question for
talk.
you, Madam.
Okay, thank you, sir. Come on, team, let's go. Who is here? Maybe I should start looking for the names and call somebody. I don't want to call OBK. Dr. Buchi, are you there? Okay. Who is going to volunteer? Okay. Moraya Salau. You know, with
Hello, good morning,
virtual
Dr.
meeting.
Buchi is here.
Okay. Good morning. Yay, Dr. Buchi, thank you. I asked him a question, and I think while he was answering, my network threw me out. So I wanted somebody to recap what he said for me. Would you be able to do that for
Yeah,
us?
my
Thank
network went off too, but I would also say what the part I heard before my network went off. He was saying that the secretary too is an employee of the organization, and everybody there are working together as a team. So the secretary
you.
cannot actually update everybody as per what they are supposed to do and do a follow-up on them, if I'm correct.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, you summarized it succinctly. Yes, Dr. Buchi, you did that quite well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Buchi. Do you have any question for him? So if we have questions,
No,
please let's ask.
I don't. No, I don't.
Okay. So I don't really mean the secretary should follow up, just that they should do the minutes, right? And then just share it. That's all. Without you having to write them. If you don't make sure you write the meeting minutes, then it won't follow. That's the question I made.
Yeah.
And then the second question I have, how do you, you mentioned something like let everybody's voice be heard, just like the meeting I attended, and I'm not, I felt we're not heard, and they just came to pass information. So how do you ensure everybody's voice is heard and at the same time there's effective time management?
Okay.
Even though they don't deviate from the topic. There are some meetings that can be intense like that where I put this social time. But by the time everybody is contributing, then they might be, how do you ensure everybody is heard and there's still effective time management?
Okay. If you go for like
Why is it now that when network, oh, shoot.
me to follow, and they do. And one way of ensuring people talk is if you're 10 in a room, I would say perhaps Mr. A, your comments on this, Mr. B, Mrs. A, Miss A. Make sure that everybody talks in that meeting. Now, some people are shy people, some are confident people, some are bullies. You have all sorts of mixtures of people in a meeting. So it's for the leader of the meeting to know his team members, the areas of strength and weakness, and be able to use it to pull out what is to pull out from them for the meeting to be efficient, to get his own or her own perspective while they're there, and be able to bring out their thoughts. You have to read the room, read your people, and be able to know how you can pull it out from them. If they're shy people, then be able to work on their side. Less shy in the meeting. Has something to add to this. It would be nice to hear other perspectives, either from you or from other members of the webinar today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please, can we drop some emojis for Mr. Jibril Ahmed for this wonderful session? It's been so, I really enjoyed myself and I've learned a lot, reflecting on what my meetings have been and what I can add more. I like that facilitator, effective facilitation, very key, and not hearing yourself all the time. So please, in a bit not to hear myself only and just our speaker, can we please let's have some comments. Please unmute your mic if you want to say something so that we can have comments, contribution. Okay, so I have some messages in the chat room. So there's Mfon Abia says, it's a small world that you're a friend from way back and you're an amazing soul. We have
Oh,
somebody
okay. Inform Abia. That's true. My friend from Akwa Ibom. Inform, how you doing? We should talk after this meeting. Long time no hear, no see.
Okay, Samira Miko says she's calling in from FCT, and a facilitator is, Seka said the facilitator is necessary for an effective meeting. Peace, okay, Malai said that Sunday that were from the mic and said, Will. How old is your son? I'm curious. And then Peace Malagwe also said, mic should be muted, dress properly when video is on, and very important. Okay, and then she also helped us to recap some of the pitfalls, and she made a checklist for herself. She said having an agenda, sticking to time, not deviating from the topic, and having facilitator and secretary. My team meetings are about to get more professional. See me feeling empowered with a power emoji.
I'm sending my invoice. Oh. I'm sending my invoice. I'm sending my invoice.
Okay, so please let's put in an emoji. See, everybody is feeling empowered. Even now, I'm feeling empowered and thinking, now am I going? In fact, I'm thinking of organizing a training on this for a while so that it's not like everything is in my head. By the time you share with them, everybody knows that this is the way to go. Please send in your emojis. She said, boss. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Please send in your emojis. You know how we roll. Let's give it up for him. Let's give it up. Let's put it in the chat room for our first facilitator. And I'm feeling quite energetic now already. Thank you so much for this session. And was very time effective. So thank you, sir. And
yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I'll be getting in touch with you because I liked this brief and very effective session. It was so nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, so
what's
will be coming in. Okay, so the emojis are coming in. The accolades for you are coming in. And Ms. P said she would get in touch with you with your. You said you send the invoice with her, so she'll be waiting for it.
Okay, I'll do that. Who doesn't like money? Thank you very much. Peace. And I come with peace to collect the money. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
So now we're supposed to have a brief break, a little break. We can stretch our legs. Like you said there should be refreshment. So everybody go and get your refreshment, your cup of tea, cup of coffee, toast, what's that thing? Chickpeas, anything, snacks, so that we can get ready for our next speaker. And then another thing I always think of about meeting is I like it when their videos are on. I don't know if it's only me that feel that way when you're in a virtual meeting and everybody are just saying blank screens. Sir, what do you think about that? And you're just saying, you're not seeing people's video, you're talking to only the system. I always feel awkward. So most times I'm in a meeting, I try to put on a virtual meeting, I try to put on my video. So I feel like I'm even talking to human beings. And sometimes from the screen, you can see people's reaction, whether they're enjoying what you're doing or, I don't know. I think I just like when we're on virtual meeting, there's videos are on.
Yeah. I think I did mention it in one of the slides.
Yes, when we're talking about best practices
exactly.
for virtual meeting.
Exactly. People should put on their videos and ensure all their mics are switched off. I think you did mention it because it has a way of making you feel part of a team. When videos are as if you're just talking to yourself and you don't feel the vibe of the house. Maybe some people are shy or some are compromised situations. They are maybe in a keke napep behind a motorcycle, or they're having their bath, the phone or TV is in their room. People are all sorts of it.
Yes. Okay. That's nice. Thank you, sir. So please, your emojis are there. Thank you. And it's time for a short break. Please stretch, part of one of the ways to stay healthy is don't sit for too long. To move around. We have a
Yeah.
little break before the next speaker. So let's get up, get a cup of tea, water. And thank you for coming, sir. We enjoyed your session. So we'll wait for the next speaker while we're getting our refreshment. It's tea break time. So it was physical section. This would have been time for tea break. So let's get our teas, our snacks, and come back. So are we getting our tea and this thing now? Okay. Yes, very nice presentation. I agree. Please don't forget to type in where you're calling in from. We'd love to meet you. I don't know, for some reason today, my network it just keeps throwing me off. I hope Nigeria is not joining OBK to happen, joining me to OBK to happen to meet this morning with my network. And so who has been on OSP group and SECA group and seen all the octopus meals? And who has tasted it? Who wants to tell us about it? Has anybody eaten it yet? We are in Lagos, so we're waiting for November. Has anybody eaten the octopus meal on this chat? Please, you want to tell us about it while we're on our break? From all the reviews I've seen and all I've been saying, it's making my mouth water. So I can't wait for it to come to Lagos, November 1st. If you have eaten it, please, do you want to tell us about it? He's speaking. Hello? Like my network is just... OBK, you're in Abuja. Have you eaten the octopus?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I wasn't hearing anything before.
Can you hear me, ma?
Good morning. I can hear you. Okay, who is going to tell us? I think somebody is trying to say something. I don't know who is talking.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning.
Good morning, ma.
This is CJ from Abuja. Yes, I have
Okay.
eaten the octopus meal. It's awesome.
Wow.
The smoky jollof rice mixed with the crunchy, well-seasoned octopus meal is amazing. It's awesome.
Ooh.
And it's something that I think everyone should just try. And the fact that it has
Wow.
so much nutritional values as well, to me, is an extra perk. And with all the, in fact, the packaging is another level. I loved it.
Yes.
I think I had the octopus meal. That was 2 days ago. And the second time or third time, and it's still very amazing. In fact, it was more tasty that time. The last one, the seasoning was just awesome. I also know that they do it like suya sometimes at the lunch. I think that's what they did. Either version, whether with the smoky jollof rice or a suya, anything, I think it's just amazing. Everyone should try it. If you've eaten snail, I'm sure you'll like the octopus feeling, the octopus texture. Say what?
I said that's what I wanted to ask, like, what have we eaten before? Because I have not eaten. I know some people may have eaten before. I wanted to ask, what would it taste like? Part of all the proteins we've had before, what would it taste like?
Yeah,
So
like snail. Crunchy.
Wow.
Crunchy. It's really nice. Really nice. Yeah. And because of no blood. It's a what?
Have you had an octopus before this one?
No, this was my first experience. Actually, but I think octopus is calamari. I've not really researched it because I know I've eaten calamari, but the way it's presented under the octopus meal is nice. The seasoning is good. Yeah, it's well seasoned, and I think that's very important. It's nice. I think when you get to when you get to Lagos, I'm sure you'll be able to try it. Right?
I can't wait. I've just been looking and picturing it I've been uploading on my profile and people have been asking me, Octopus is only Abuja people. And so now I was very excited to tell them it's coming to Lagos, you know. So we get to
Right.
try go on our own adventure too.
As it's going to be
Thank
a
you for
pop-up sales, they
sharing.
better be ready.
Okay, we're ready. No Lagos, we're always ready. Always
I
ready,
know.
especially it's the food.
Awesome.
All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I hope we've all moved around a little before we get in our next facilitator. Obike, is she on the call? Let's see. Is my next facilitator. Who else? Is anybody willing to share again? Who else has tasted the octopus meal? Oh, the smoky jollof rice. I remember when I was in secondary school, I was in boarding house. I hope anyway, nothing can happen anymore. And I went to a boarding house and a lot of things were contraband. That means you're not allowed to have it in school. However, our teachers, they are the ones that will come and punish us for doing nothing things, but they are still the ones selling some things to us. So we used to go to staff quarters and then buy this rice. We call, I won't say the name of the teacher's name because we call it that teacher's name rice. And the rice is just a smoky jollof rice. Right now, even as I'm talking, I can taste the, the food or what it used to taste like in my mouth. And it was just like, you know, and it just like smoke, just jollof rice, but with a lot of smoke inside, firewood rice, and that's what we used to call it. And then so I'm just waiting for this octopus meal to come so that maybe it's going to be tasting like that. But then that time, I'm not sure the food it tasted so nice to us, but now I'm not sure it would have been tasting nice because it was still boarding house food. So we're waiting for it. Oh, so we're here. And OBK has sent to us that our octopus meal is coming to Lagos. It will be hosted in Damal Lounge and Grills, 2 Aro Ologolo Road, Lekki. And the octopus meal, K Jollof, is coming to Lagos November 1st, from 28th of October to November 1st. So we are waiting. Please remember to share and tell your friends so they don't miss out on this. So right about now, I have 7 minutes before my next my next speaker comes in. And she's a certified organizational and business analyst and management consultant. So while we're getting still on our break, let me read her profile to us. And this is loaded. Are we ready? If you're ready, please give me the number 2 in the chat room. Let me know I'm not by myself and everybody has gotten their snack and they are waiting. So let me see number 2. If you're ready to hear the profile, about my next speaker, please send me your 2. Thank you, Aisha. I see it too. I'm waiting for minimum of 5 2s. How many on this call? So I need like a minimum of 5. 2. Thank you, Seka Africa. I'm waiting for the 3rd one. Who is going to be my number 3? Thank you, Dr. Buchi. Number 4, who is going to be my number 4? So I can read the profile of our speaker. After Dr. Buchi, please keep it coming. Who is going to be my number 4? I'm waiting for number 4. We have 2 more to go so that I can read yes, thank you, BK. Last person, who is going to be my last man standing so I can read. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Take it away. Maybe you can just get a free octopus meal if you're, oh, Sophie, thank you. So I'll get to it right now. So our next speaker is a certified organizational and business analyst and management consultant. She is Juliet Chukat Onoeko, is a certified, okay, I said that, and a fellow Institute of Management Consultants, business and leadership coach, trainer, TVET expert, business education and skill development consultant. Ooh, that many hats. As a management and business consultant and job creation advocate, Juliet has established a formidable presence in various domains. She is a former Director General of the Industrial Training Fund, ITF, where her leadership led to significant organization transformation and numerous international accolades, including the prestigious IFTDO Global HRD Awards and Business Educational and Examination Council BEEC Award 2015. Juliet has served in various capacities in government agencies, DG of the ITF, Governing Council member of the ITF, that's Industrial Training Fund, board member, FCTA, board member, FCTA Civil Service Commission, governing board member and National Library of Nigeria. She also served on the Presidential Job Creation Board, a board member of FCTA Civil Service Commission, and a governing board member of the National Library of Nigeria. Juliet is uniquely skilled in forging public-private partnerships. She worked on the technical skills development programs through the ITF SECA collaboration that secured additional sponsorship from the German government for expanding the dual vocational training program from Lagos to Abuja. Her efforts in staff welfare and development were equally commendable as she introduced a new salary structure, things we love to hear, CONNITFSS, and improved conditions of service, well done, significantly enhancing staff welfare and upgrading ITF staff school facility to achieve WAEC accreditation. Ooh. In the private sector, Juliet is a serial entrepreneur with extensive experience in oil and gas, manufacturing, hospitality, education, publishing, and consulting. She has founded and co-founded several successful businesses focusing on education, fashion, and food industries. Her commitment to social responsibility is evident through her initiatives in literacy development, women and youth empowerment, and various humanitarian efforts. Juliet holds an MBA from Business School Netherlands, a first degree from the University of Benin, and various certifications from prestigious university institutions. She is passionate about mentoring entrepreneurs, supporting businesses, and conducting entrepreneurship and leadership training for the youth. Juliet O.E. Chukas Onoiko's remarkable journey is a testament to her unwavering dedication, innovative vision, and transformative leadership. Her contributions continue to inspire and drive meaningful change, making her a prominent figure in the realms of business, education, and public service. She can be reached. She will put that one in the chat group. Madam Juliet, are you here? Please, let's give some warm welcome to Madam Juliet O.E. Chukas Onoiko.
Oh, yes, I'm here. I was the one talking about the octopus meal with you.
Yay! Okay, okay, I like that. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
I'm just together.
It's a what?
I said all this from your profile. I see you have various hats on your head. How do you pull them together? Yes, that's a fantastic resume.
Yeah, thank you. I'm humbled. I'm humbled. Thank you. So I'm going to connect with my camera soon. I'm just trying to change to another system. I had issues at time. I'm using my phone as I'm chatting, but let me get back on my laptop. You just so that I'll get the camera on. Yes.
That's
thank you. You were reading that and I wasn't sure it was me. I'm not that old.
You know, sometimes you don't know you do all these things, but when it's now put on paper and other people are reading to you, not saying, hey, oh, I did, oh, that's me. So that's fine.
Yes.
It's sometimes good to listen to people talk about you, so you know that you're doing a lot. You're doing a lot.
Honestly, I thank God. It's God's grace, I guess, and the desire to to help at whatever point. I think
I like
that's what the driving force.
yes,
Thank
I
you
like
so
that
much.
part.
Which part?
Changing enhancing staff salary structures and upgrading staff welfare. That's something we always love to hear and see. So well done, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. God bless you for for having me on board. It's always a privilege to have the opportunity to share, and I'm hoping that I can quickly join in. I ran to a more quiet session. I had some guests, so I've had to run into a guest room to have this conversation. So I'm coming on now on my laptop. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll get off the phone.
So you're going to have like 45 minutes inclusive of the question and answer session. Okay. So while she's talking, I remembered our first facilitator spoke about having backups. So I see that you have used your phone, so you are getting backup with this one. I remember my children just walked in now because they went for sports. So as they came in, evenly you can see my system. I have like 2 laptops on and then my phone, and they're like, "Mommy, what is all this with their hand?" Because anything can happen. Oh, nice, you're up now. Okay, so over to you, ma'am. And we're here to listen.
Oh, thank you. So just pardon the background. I had to run in here. The last choice, but it's fine. The important thing is that can be heard. So
Yes.
let me see if I can share. I'm sending a request to allow me to share the screen as well. Let me see. Then, okay, so like you have rightly said that my work revolves around education, knowledge, empowerment, skills development. I'm quite biased when it comes to TVET, technical vocational education and training, and because I know that that is the core and the heart of all that we do. And as a country, I pray that we get it right, that one day we'll be able to pay more serious attention to that aspect of human development. There's a saying that, that if you can't develop the head knowledge, then the natural resources in the country is wasted. It's definitely not going to be optimized. And I think that's the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. And okay, so I guess this is it. Is this the PowerPoint? Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So thank you. Now, the topic I'm presenting today is something that ought to take like 5 days of a masterclass or something. So I'm just going to bring out an element of it and then try and wrap it up nicely, okay? Because as a life coach person and a business coach, most times I'm looking at an issue, I want to look at it holistically, okay? And so for today, like the title said, it said, ready, go, all you need to demystify and excel in 2025. And so that means, when we say all, it means everything that is needed. But because of time, we're just going to touch on some of the key elements and then a little bit more as it affects our career or business. So I'll get on with that. My name is, once again, Esther Juliet Chukwuesonoeko, EJ. I like to be called EJ. Makes it shorter. And then we have, I've done a lot of things in life, gone through a lot. Like a quote, Sam said, carry your hustle. So today I'm wearing my t-shirt for one of the businesses, which is for Brainwave International School. As you can see, when I leave this webinar, I'm going to hang out with the parents. We're having a tree climbing venture where the children need to learn to climb tree, one of our biggest gardens. And I believe it's going to be fun. And they will have sip and paint and other game activities. That's actually what I'm going to do with my afternoon today. You're free to join me if you're in Abuja. Come over to Millennium Park and join us. We'll have lots of lemonade for you. Come ready to climb trees. So going into this, we are looking at something I think is very important to everyone, which is the year ahead. Where are we going to 2025? And then what 2025 may hold for us. I am not the fortune teller, but I have one who owns the future, who understands the future, whether you're Christian, Muslim, or anything, so long as you believe in a God. And I believe that it is God that holds the future and he holds 2025. Mine is to make us become aware of certain elements that we should focus our eyes on as we navigate our way towards 2025 and make sure that we are available for God to handhold us towards achieving our desired result. Having said that, I want to carry out some basic class activities. Well, I say basic, is the core of this presentation actually. If you have your biro paper, I want you to join me as we do this. I will need us, because this is really going to be very, very revealing. It's going to be very empowering. It's going to be an interesting journey if you actually make our time to carry out these activities. So are we ready? If you're ready, let me see something. Are you ready to join me to do some basic activities? Is that, yeah, let me see, let me see the charts. Yes, please, welcome. Oh, good. Yeah, good. Somebody has a pen. I like that symbol. Okay, so we're going into, there's a series of questions I'm going to ask you here. One is, I know this is not a training, but this is how I want it to be interactive so we can all learn something. In one word, describe 2024. In one word, describe 2024. You can unmute your mic and say it. You can write it down, but you can put it in the chat room. Maybe someone can help me read it out as they post it there. Because each time I open the chat room, it kind of blocks my slide. Oh, overwhelming. Wow. Somebody said overwhelming. Someone is speaking.
Yes, you said we should help you read it, so I wanted to do that for you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Abdullah said overwhelming. I'm saying it was uplifting for me.
Awesome. Any more?
Let's put some responses in the chat room.
Any more? Keep it coming. How many are we in this room?
Somebody said transformational.
Informational or transformational?
Transformational.
Oh, amazing. Awesome. Okay.
Transformation. Let's keep it coming.
Okay. So while we're doing that, if you've written in one word 2024, go to the next question. Name your year. You know, for instance, you say 2025 is my year of what? Emergence, my year of transformation, my year of actualization, my year of what now? Of visibility, global visibility. Can you name your year, your 2025? Give it a name. You know how they do it in the churches where they publish something, 2024, my year of manifestation. You know, you need to name your year. Let's name our 2025. Keep it coming. Name your year, name 2025. What do you want? What is a paramount thing or important way you want to recognize 2025? I know the year is not yet here. You definitely will have something, an expectation. So you want to use it to name 2025. Name your year.
Okay.
Yes. Any feedback?
Okay, my year of global visibility.
Awesome. Global visibility.
Becoming my year.
Fantastic. So if you've named your year, what would you say? What would you say right now was let's leave it that. Okay, we named the year. What would you say was your greatest achievement in 2024? say you can note something. What was your greatest achievement in 2024? Even if you don't want to speak it out, you can note it in your jotter or little writing material, or you can post it on the chat in the chat room. What was your greatest achievement in 2024? Then the next question is, what did you wish for in this because this is 2024 October, right? You know it's not over. So whatever it is you wish for, you definitely will still achieve it. But so far, what is that thing that you wished for in 2024 that did not happen or has not happened? What is that thing that has not happened that you wished for in 2024? These are questions I also use for personal retreat, for corporate retreat. That is an extract of some of the activities and questions that we use, because I feel that to excel in the coming year, we need to go back to ask these questions and have clarity on where we are headed. Okay, so what did you wish for in 2024 that has not yet happened? The next question is, what stopped you from accomplishing that wish, or what has stopped you, or what is stopping you? Because we are still in 2024. What will you say is stopping you from accomplishing that which you desire or wish for in this year, 2024? If you know that those things, please write them down. The next question as well is, can you rate your overall performance so far in this 2024 on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest? Rate your performance or your overall performance in this current year, 2024. Then, if you have done that, you can also go ahead and, oh, thank you for putting it in the chat room, the questions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So now the next one, what has 2024 looked like in your career or in your business? What has it looked like? What has 2024 looked like in your career or in your business? I'll take 30 seconds, hopefully that we'll all wrap up on this. What has 2024 looked like so far in your career, in your business? I know that if we're doing business in Nigeria, definitely we'll have so much to say about 2024. You know, I talked to someone and someone said, oh, it's been turbulent. It's been epileptic. It's been like a roller coaster, especially because the lady is involved in some form of importation and all of that. And I think she was imagining what dollar has been doing to her. And she was saying a lot of turbulence and so much surprises and things like that, you know, when you can't predict something anymore. And so what has 2024 looked like to you in your career journey or in your business? So if we're done with all of these questions, I would like someone who could share at least their own thoughts or what feeling they got just going through these activities. I need someone to share. If you've gone through all of these activities, you don't need to have finished everything. You can complete it later after the session, but please share. I need to move fast now. Share with us what came up as you were doing these activities. What popped up in your mind? Did you feel any block? Did you feel any better? Did you feel refreshed? Did you feel some freedom? Tell us, please. Okay, any hand?
It's making, for me, it's making me reflect so much, because sometimes you have not thought deeply about these things. You're just going with it. So now looking at it, I'm thinking deeply. I was able to answer the first two very fast, but now I'm thinking back, what did I not achieve? So that feasibility I talked about was one of the things that I did not achieve. But what did I accomplish in my organization? Because I'm not as old as some people there. So sometimes you don't, you know, because I'm part of the Octopus OSP team. So I just want to have opportunities to talk in front of large group. But in the office, it had not happened. It's just some people that get to do that. But lately, I've been coming forward to do that. I think opportunities have been opening. Maybe, like they say, you have to make yourself visible. So I think I'm achieving that visibility a little at work. So I think
Awesome.
that's an accomplishment. But what I've not accomplished is taking it on a global level or bigger level. So rate my
Awesome.
overall performance, I'll say like a 7, 8, because I think
Oh, awesome.
well, being recognized at work is meaning that.
Oh, she has gone off. I can't hear you anymore. Are you still there? Or is it my network?
Oh, sorry, no, I think I mistakenly muted myself.
Okay.
So I said for maybe overall performance in my own personal space, I'll think like maybe 3, 4, or maybe 5, if I'm being modest. And then what has 2024 looked like in my career? It's been rewarding so far.
Awesome.
Of course, there's always room for improvement. There are other things, especially transferring into my personal business and not just the workspace. It's not been so rewarding in that aspect. So going to 2025, I'm thinking, let me put all this energy in that space too. So that one too can step up. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you very much. When you said, let me focus on putting that effort, I think there was something, was it the Instagram live with Coach Sam and Uthman or so? I think they were talking about, identifying that thing, that one thing that has given you the biggest result in 2024 and kind of, putting more into that, focusing a lot into that. So I guess since you have looked at all of the things, what you're focusing on should be your 20, when you look at 80-20 principle, I think the 20% going forward that will yield the 80% that you need to drive other things. And I think that's a good way to do it. You've been able to identify the one that needs the next relevant attention. Anyway, thank you so much for that feedback. Why I had to do this exercise is to be able to bring us to that awareness, to be conscious of where we are as individuals, as organizations, or as a people, okay? Because if we don't know where we are or where we are coming from, where we are, we may not be able to plan out where we are going to. I want us to also remember that this is a continuous journey. There's continuity. How many of us have had to write like New Year resolution and see ourselves breaking it after a while? I know there are quite a lot of people who have done that. As a year starting, you're drawing up a New Year resolution. This is what I want to do. You're making so many plans and everything. And then halfway through, say January, February, highest March, you see that you are even not abiding by those plans. Sometimes life throws things at you that make you derail or put certain plans aside and begin to run after the urgent and critical things that are coming in the path of the progress, and that's why we're having this activity, to be able to bring us to focus on the critical things, the core things, and also, like I said, to remember that it's continuous. We need to know that it's like life is like a relay race. What we couldn't finish in 2023, we should have been able to optimize that in 2024 and complete them. And whatever it is that we're not able to finish in 2024, we should be able to see them as a low-hanging fruits that we can quickly harvest or run with in 2025. Where we have issues or challenges is when, as the year is running up, we're packaging everything that has been the priority in 2024 and putting it aside with the belief that, a new year is coming, New Year resolution, I want to get on this, I want to get on that. No, I want us to begin to look at it differently and see it as a continuous thing, past, present, future, that we are driving it. So as the year we sleep and wake up 31st December and we're seeing ourselves in the new year, we should not put aside all of that we're of priority in our 2024. We should still plan a goal, set our targets or plans to be able to actualize those things that are like outstanding from 2024, even as we aspire for other newer things in 2025. So if we rate ourselves and we're on 7, that 3%, 30% should not be thrown away. It must form part of our plan for the 2025 goals or targets. Now, in talking about goals, I want to also, these are all things I want to explain because this is like the foundation of the area I wanted to touch on, which is on our career and business. In talking about goal, we must understand something. Goals are set by leaders, right? But then great leaders look at legacy. I don't know how many of us know the difference between goals and legacies. Is there somebody can put that in the chat box? Goals and legacies. What do you understand by goals? What do you understand by legacies? We hear people say, oh, I'm leaving a legacy. I'm leaving a legacy. What does that mean to you? How does it resonate with you? Because there's a saying that great leaders work by legacy, not just goals. What does that mean to you? Please, somebody to help me. I want to be sure I'm talking with people. What do you understand by the word legacy? Okay. Goals, legacy, what do you understand by that? When you hear the word legacy, what does it do to you? I want to leave a legacy. People say I want to leave it. Okay. If I don't have if anyone talking about it, I can easily explain. I can go ahead and explain that because we all know what's okay. No, I'll talk about vision, talk about legacy. Sorry, I mean vision.
Sorry, ma'am. There's somebody responded to you in the chat room.
Oh, let me see. Goals are the immediate, but legacy outlives you. Oh, thank you. Correct. Yeah, he said goals are the immediate, but legacy outlives you. Okay, yeah. Sorry, what I even meant to say there was supposed to be vision and legacy, but totally, this is very correct. So when we're looking at legacy, things that outlives us, right? And I want us to, using that approach, goals are the things you want to achieve and is done by you. However, legacy continues after you are no more. Fantastic. We're very intelligent people in the house. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. So I want us to use the legacy approach as we plan ahead, as we plan 2025. Okay. As we plan 2025, we want to use the legacy approach. And to use the legacy approach, it means that for a moment, let's close our eyes and imagine that today is 31st of December, 2025. If you're able to do that, please do it. Note it. I'm going to tell you what you note down. Imagine that today is 31st December, 2025. If you put yourself in that mode of 31st December, 2025, help me by noting down, like you write a gratitude list. Write a gratitude list of all you've accomplished in 2025. Start by saying, Lord or God or Allah, if we are Muslims here, saying, oh, God, thank you. Thank you for helping me achieve so and so. Kindly write these things down, okay? God, thank you for helping me achieve so and so. Okay, are you writing that down? Imagine that today is 31st December 2025. Write a thank you note, okay, to God, saying thank you for helping me achieve so and so. Okay, both in your career, in your personal life, in your spiritual journey, in your finances, in your health, you know, the wheel of life, all of those elements. Thanking him across board is a good thing. You may not finish it at this meeting because of time, but when you go back, you can always draw that up. And when you have drawn that up, the next thing I would like us to do is to now look at this, look at what you have written out. Oh, thank you for helping me complete that building, that house, the house at Lekki or in Maitama or in Lugbe, wherever. Thank you for helping me finish that project, that contract of 1 billion naira. Thank you for whatever. Please feel free to think big. Thank you for helping me helping me sustain a daily devotion with you from January to this December. I'm very grateful for that. Thank you for helping me that I ate healthy all through the year. I'm grateful. Thank you that I worked out all through the year. I maintained good fitness. I thank you for good health. List them out. Now, after you have listed these things out, I would like us to look at these things critically. Look at them, begin to enjoy it, begin to feel like you have, you've really achieved it, because this is 31st December 2025, remember, okay? You've achieved them and you're just very excited about the outcome. I want us, as you do this, remember that, we're created in God's image. The envisioning, imagination is very important. Once you have imagined a thing, know that it is easy to come to reality. Whatever you visualize, you can achieve. And once you have written them down, I know it is finished. Just like it said in the Bible, it's completed. So therefore, look at it very well. And then we're going to move on to the next thing. Okay? Based on what you have seen, ask yourself, what are the things that may affect? Now we're coming back to today, okay? You are written this thank you note, our gratitude list. We're coming back to today. Ask yourself, what are the things that may stop me from achieving these things, from getting to this place that I have already visualized, these things that I've noted for 31st December 2025. I know I'm going to achieve them, but what are the things that I will encounter on this journey? Obstacles, challenges, kindly list them out, okay? And when you have listed these things out, okay, it's important that you also identify what aspect of those things you can classify as internal limitation and what you can classify as external barriers, okay? External barriers. And I don't know who can tell me the difference between the internal limitation and external barriers. Somebody put in the chat room. Let's understand it. Internal limitation, external barriers. That's why I said I'm taking a 5 days masterclass to condense in a 45 minutes. But I'm going to move fast now. But just check, let me know. I just want to make sure we understand this aspect before we get on to the next. What do you understand by the internal barriers, external, internal limitations, external barriers? If you have it, kindly put it there. Anybody following you, or you're still writing? What are the internal limitations that you think will limit you from achieving what you have envisioned for 2025? And what are the external barriers that you think could affect your achieving those things? Any response? Okay, let me move on now so that we save time. What we see as internal limitations, of course, are things that are within our control. I'm sure in goal setting, we all understand that. Things that are within our control. So they are their own thing. There are things that we can overcome. We can make up our mind that we want to address them. So the internal limitations could be in the form of, could come from the career part, could come from the spiritual, could come from physical, it could come from health, relationship, in so many areas when you look at the wheel of life. Like, okay, thank you. You said internal limitation may be the things you tell yourself that prevents you, like fear, from achieving, while external barriers may be funds, economic situations, policies. Oh, thank you so much. So MT Adeniran has clarified it for us. So these are things, this is the difference. So those external barriers are things that we usually call factors beyond our control, while the internal limitations are things that we can easily control. And I think that is where the differences are made. Because if you can't control the weather, then it shouldn't be an excuse for not achieving those deliverables or those goals that you have set for yourself. Because the weather is still the weather that is affecting both the rich and the poor. So if somebody can prosper even with that kind of weather, we don't have any excuse not to prosper. It's that when somebody uses COVID-19 as an excuse for folding up their businesses. These are factors that affected everyone. So it's no more, it shouldn't be a limitation. It may be a barrier. And in a minute, I'm going to share with us what we can do in addressing the barriers. So, but let's focus now on the external, on the internal limitations. Okay. Now you look at it and ask yourself, what must I do differently to overcome these internal limitations? That is a question you need to note down. What must I do differently to overcome the internal limitations? And those things that you list that you can do differently should form your goals, part of your goals for 2025. I'm only using a shortcut now in the area of goal setting that we can use that. So once you identify those things, you now say, okay, what will I do differently? So those things you're going to do differently, you're going to write them down and it becomes your goals. And what I will advise us or the plan towards attaining that desired result of December 2025. God keeping us alive, you are going to work with those plans towards achieving it. Are we following? If you're following, on mute and say yes. I want to hear a voice to know I'm not alone, because I lost myself in one quiet corner of our guest room.
We're here with you, following.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, you say, what must I do differently in 2025 to attain that goal, that vision I have seen, that I've thanked God for? It's already a vision, so you must base it, whether the devil likes it or not. Okay. So once you've noted that down, we can now go to the external, which is beyond your control. Like, remember what we said is beyond your control. Now say, okay, who does this depend on? Those things were identified as external barriers. Do they depend on government? Do they depend, like somebody said, policies? Obviously, dependent on government, right? Or is it your company policy? Or is it your religious beliefs? Or is it, is it dependent on if you're able to japa or travel? Or, who does this depend on? Or is it dependent on God? Dependent on whether, remember that if it's dependent on God, God needs you to act on it, because God always uses you, connects with people. I mean, if you're a Christian, you remember in the Bible when Moses was at the Red Sea and God said, what is in your hand? Even though God wanted to help him, he had to ask him, what's in your hand? And it was what was in his hand that he told him to stretch out and divide the Red Sea. So in as much as the Red Sea was a factor beyond his control, he depended on God, and God used him to part the Red Sea. The same thing with the widow. Was a jar of oil, the only thing she had in her house that God could use. So if it's something that's dependent on God, just remember that God is going to need you to make that happen, which makes it much easier for us. That awareness is important. And if it's dependent on any other factor, please note it there. And then the next question you want to ask is, what can you do to influence the outcome? What can you do to influence the outcome? Do you need to join a special lobbying body? For instance, if it depends on government, for instance, I'll give an example with myself. I have a school, so I operate also in the education sector, hospitality industry, different things. I mean, my husband. So in the education sector, there are lots of things that keep throwing at us. Different policies here and there. I don't know if you're still hearing me. I think my network is unstable.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So a lot of times you see that these battles, you can't fight them alone. So what has happened is a lot of us are plugged into the association, the NAPS Association and other associations. And because we are members of that association, we're active members, you're paying your dues and participating, it's easier to leverage some of their decisions to help achieve our own goals. So we can say, okay, we want to renegotiate this bill. Somebody dropped a bill, 3.5 million naira on our school. At the end of the day, I realized that the highest we needed to pay for it was 200,000 naira. So it made it easier for us to negotiate our way out and everything. So these battles, sometimes you can't fight it alone. So you must understand who do I need to work with on this journey? What can I do and things like that. So those questions are important to ask at this point, especially when you're operating in Nigeria. to be able to overcome some of those battles, we must. So my time is moving very fast. Bear with me. I'm going to see how to speed up this presentation. And even if all of this is all that we do today, I know that if you're able to take away this, you can plan a 2025 that will be excellent, that you can use to achieve your goals. And once you're able to know who this depends on, I'm trying to make sure my internet is not cracking up again. Okay, this is okay. You know who can influence the outcome, then you are clear. It is as good as saying it is done. Once you stick to that plan, you've noted these people. So if it's about joining an association, if it's about getting a new certification, if it's about getting a new, a special, let's say solution, like application in your business to drive it, or personal goals. Even if you want to get a personal trainer to guide you on a fitness journey, you need to put that down. If you need to get a financial advisor to help plan your books and how you want to, your blueprints for the next 5 years, whatever, you need to note that down. If spiritually you need to go back to do a Bible course or a religious study to become more closer to your God, you need to do that. If you need to do a personal retreat to understand the journey and where you're headed, how to get there, do that. I think Seek Africa is running a program on a retreat package, which I think people can plug into, or a personal retreat or retreat with your staff. It's important that you do that. Note it down on this plan, because these are implementable programs that you can use. So after you have noted all of this, it takes us to just let me see how I can quickly go to what I wanted to touch on today, so we can wrap up quickly. Mind you, I'm picking on things. This is a masterclass that usually if you unbundle it, you have to take time and go through each of the stages until you have clarity over every aspect of your wheel of life and your business as well. Now, this one, like I said today, as we're looking at the wheel of life, I wanted to focus on our career side. I wanted to focus on the skills, on that area, both the current skills, the emerging skills, and and wrap it up that way. So that is why I have this other slide that says, did you make your career development a top priority in your 2024? What is the career development from your perspective? So these are questions that you may have answered in the previous activity that we did. But you can note that down as well. Where are you? Have you taken time to research the future of your business, the future of your sector where you operate in? If, for instance, you're operating in the oil and gas sector, what is the future of the oil and gas sector? Where is it headed? In the education space, like I also do a lot there, I've seen that it's rapidly changing. It has become so dynamic. In fact, as soon as I noted that some years back, I started taking some courses. I took several courses with Harvard online business school, like a 3 months program and 3 months, another 3 months program. They were stimulated sections with case studies, and it was just so enlightening and refreshing. I had another program with some of the schools in the UK running education, masterclass and training courses, and it helped me to broaden my perspective, to understand where is education headed. How can I position what we're doing to align and not become obsolete, within a matter of time? Because after COVID, a lot of things change in the career landscape. Like, if you're an employer of labor, you know that so many things have changed. Some staff want to work hybrid, some want to be virtual fully, and all of that. And you want to ask yourself, how does this affect my sector? Where is this going to take me to? What is career development from your perspective, whether as a person or as a business or regarding your employees? Have you thought through all of that? If you have not, this is a time to start thinking, because I always believe that the last quarter of the year is a time for self-appraisal, assessment, and being able to plan the next steps going forward. Okay, so if you've done all of that, we'll move on to the next things. What are the current trends in the career space or in the workspace? like 2024, looking at the landscape, you see what some of the things that are noted here: automated AI-driven businesses, large gig economy, rapid VR, AR, and all of that, remote work. You know, like I said, a hybrid one. When you hear gig economy, what comes to your mind? How many of us haven't come across this phrase or this word before? When you talk about the gig economy, what does that mean? Okay, for lack of time, maybe I'll just shed more light. When I say gig economy, of course, we're looking at exactly what is happening in our workspace, where you see people who want to just work temporarily. You just want, okay, you take someone, okay, you're my virtual assistant for 1 month, 2 months, and all of that. And some people want to just handle a particular task for you and off they go. If you're into creating content and things like that, I'm sure you must have used people to do that. You have your videos, okay, you know what, do all the editing for me, make it in this format, prepare it and send it to me. And you see, a lot of that kind of work is happening now. And sometimes you want to ask yourself, okay, which area can be driven in this format? Have a remote worker deal with this part for me, and then why I cater for those who are working with me physically on ground. In our education sector, I've had to ask myself these questions because, the school system as we have it today requires that teachers come into class, that they are there Monday to Friday, But meanwhile, in other sectors, some are working just twice a week, 3 times a week. So sometimes the teachers feel that they are being cheated. They are not enjoying what others are enjoying in other sectors, like the tech sector. Even in Abuja, those who are in the civil service, in the organization, they already have an internal arrangement where some just come twice a week, some come 3 times a week. And most of it is because of the fuel situation. Transports have become very expensive. It makes it easier for them to not to waste or spend all their money on transport. So these are things we have to start thinking, because this is what the landscape is looking like. And if you have not really reviewed this, please take time and go through them. We won't have time to discuss all of this today. And also pay attention to the wheel of life and making sure you see how this affects every aspect of your existence. In organizational analysis, which is one of the certifications I have, we are taught on how to look at everything that interfaces with your own space. So if you are an executive or you are a secretary, you want to know, who do I interface with in this space? And you want to outline all of that and make sure that you build a cobweb or a network or a support system that cater for all of these elements, so that no area is malnourished or nourished, no area is ignored or not attended to. So this is actually a deep thing that you need to unbundle. But once you have it all clarified, you have more focus and direction on where you are headed. So this is what the landscape is looking like when we think about 2024. And then also moving on, okay, I think we also mentioned, I told you to write out what were your challenges or what were the limiting things that hindered you from achieving your wish or your desire for 2024. Though the 2024 is still running, we can still achieve everything, but it's good that we pay attention to all of those things. And then I am from the slide, as you can see, we have digital disruption and transformation, climate change and sustainability, globalization, cultural diversity, cybersecurity and data protection issues, skills gap and talent shortage, and all of that. And there's so many other things. When it comes to skills gap, talent shortage, I guess that's where my heart is. That is the area I know that Nigeria really needs help. We need to focus more on it. And I think I've had a presentation some time ago, still on SECA platform, where we looked at TVET and using the TVET approach to drive your workforce or to achieve more in your organization, especially when you are going to apply the new minimum wage. We need to be able to optimize the skills that we have. And so skill gap is something that is becoming even more pronounced right now, because you're paying so much and you want to know that you're getting even more, getting good value for what you're paying for. And a lot of times there's always an imbalance, there's a gap. So that's a discussion for another day. Okay. And then I know my time is fast spent, so I don't know how, let me see, I can wrap this up and then give us a parting word. Looking at the going forward 2025, like I said, if you have done the activities we talked about earlier, you will begin to identify some critical elements or tools and skills that you require to make your goals achievable, to be able to actualize the vision or the picture of what you saw 31st of December 2025. Okay. And some of them are skills that you can acquire for yourself. Some you might need to outsource. Some you might need to retrain your existing staff to be able to offer that particular skill. Okay. Recently I had to take a certification course in emotional intelligence and all of that, and conflict resolution, anger management, you know. And I did that because I realized that in as much I've read so many materials in emotional intelligence, attended some workshop, I also wanted to know that I can be an authority in that field. I can apply that field, that skill in working with my staff, the parents that I encounter, the clients, the customers, you know. And so it's something we you know, having that heart of lifelong learner is so important. You have to be open to learning, because I am not a digital native. I think I'm one of those who are just, you know, adopting the digital economy, digital system. But I know that starting off in my life, I was opportune to have the first job with I think an internet provider that opened my eyes to so many of these digital things. I remember I was telling my husband that I think I'm always at the verge of new evolution, new transition. So I need to be alert. I need to always be ready to learn new skills. Maybe based on my age or my generation, that is how it's always happened. So I found myself being amongst those who were creating emails for others at that time, because I was having people who didn't even have email. And now email is even like becoming like not the main thing. You know, people are communicating in so many other ways. So as we're getting into 2025, we want to see, okay, what skills do we have to optimize and excel in 2025? And then the ones you feel, okay, I'm really going to need it based on the sector I'm operating, based on what I want to achieve. You want to build a big conglomerate, a big factory by December 2025. Ask yourself, what are the skills I need? What are the certifications? What are the approvers? What are all of these things? And who do I have in my team that also can work with me on this journey? Because these ones will form your immediate support system as you journey towards attaining that vision that we've already set at the beginning. Okay. And then, of course, strategic thinking, adaptability, and like I said, it's continuous learning. I was made to understand that, of course, that adaptability, one of my courses that, you know, that is agility. Being agile is so important. It's a critical skill that we all need to be able to adapt to the rapid changes that's happening all around the world. Okay. And so we can look at top industries to watch out for in 2025. You know, if you're already operating in these sectors, it's important that you begin to equip yourself, get the relevant skills you need to excel in those sectors, because they are still, you know, building momentum. It means that those sectors are still expanding, they are growing. So we can all key into any of those areas and begin to cash out. This is very important. If you already have a skill in this area, all good for you. Just be ready to hit the ground running as the year unfolds, because these are some of the predictions. Like I said, once you have God and you have the relevant skills, the sky is your starting point, and that's the truth. Here also we have demystifying. Let me wrap up. Yeah. Demystifying the emerging technology. So we may not be able to talk through this anymore, but I will advise that you go and look more into these areas, understand them. You know, one time I joined the Clubhouse, and all I was doing was basically listening and listening. I joined this blockchain because I was curious about NFT. What is this metaverse? I was really curious, and I got so much understanding about it, in the sense that I now know how to make money through all of those angles if I desire to go that line. But I'm not actually in that space right now when it comes to my businesses, but it's something I knew I needed to be aware of. I know how to begin to plan in that line, or begin to apply them in my current businesses. Okay, so it's good that we know those things, whether we want to get in that space or not, because they are relevant to what we do and how we will excel in the coming year as well. Then the order, of course, building resilience and adaptability, developing the growth mindset is important, embracing change and then the uncertainty and being ready to overcome the challenges as they come, building a support system, like I said earlier, practicing self-care and wellness, and also fostering the culture of continuous learning. Even within your organization, it's very important that we continue to encourage continuous learning. That is why when I'm interviewing, I look out for that. Anybody with a fixed mindset, I don't want them coming into my organization. I want people who have growth mindset, because that's the only way our businesses can continue to grow. Okay. And then we also have, of course, the action steps. Next, I think we've talked a lot about this. Identify the key skills and areas of development based personally and regarding your business. Create a personalized learning plan. You can also create a community of learning within your organization so that all staff can be carried along. There must be vision casting, vision sharing. When you've identified where you want to be December 2025. Don't wait till January before you start casting that vision with your immediate support system. Everybody must come on board and know the roles they have to play. And they must also see how that vision benefits them so that they can buy into it and go on the journey with you. Okay. You can join online communities. I'm happy with SECA, Africa, OSP. I'm not active there, but I catch up a lot. And I like the fact that Coach Sam get to share a lot of things. Sometimes some news out there, I may not have had time to pick up, and then he throws it in the group and I get to read. So I think those kind of communities are very helpful for every one of us. Attend workshops and conferences, start implementing new skills and strategies. These are very important as we get set to take over 2025. Okay, I don't want us to be discouraged by the situation, Nigeria and all of that, because I know it's really the predictions and forecasts may not look so good, but we can overcome. In every challenging situation is when opportunities emerge, abound. Like now that we're having all of these challenges, I know that one way we can look is the exports route to say yes, so that that hard currency can come, whether we can train globally, we can create sell our services to the global community or market. We need to begin to look at all of that, look beyond Nigeria and set strategies on how to begin to earn dollars, pounds, euros, and all of it. So as I conclude, I want to say that to be able to excel in 2025, we must understand where we are coming from. We must understand where we are and where we desire to go, and get going. From today, we must get going. And also, it's important that we understand that life is a continuous journey. 2024 pending issues that are pending from 2024 you couldn't finish should become your low-hanging fruits when you get into 2025. They must not be abandoned, okay? And as we journey on this, and then look at the trends and the emerging trends, skills, technology, be ready to try a different approach to learning. Like they said, madness is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So it's important that we begin to apply a new strategy to achieving the desired goal that we have set for 2025. Like you can consider the TVET approach, because the TVET approach is a hands-on thing, is a practical way of doing things. And like these days, I'm ready to take an intern who will train with me, learn the culture of my business, and then begin to add value faster than taking a graduate who I will have to unteach some things that they have. You know, there are things that people pick up in schools that are not even relevant to the real industries. Some skills that they just carry the certificates and you have to teach them. And most time, before you even get the value of what you're paying the person, you would have invested no less than 6 months to 1 year of hand-holding, of coaching, and while you're doing that, you're paying the person full salary. So to me, that is like a loss. So you must look at the TVET approach, even when you work with your team, your staff, your hiring method, and all of that. And so that is also something, an area to look at. And then have a personal or corporate retreat with your team. That is so important within this last quarter of the year, and start preparing for 2025 today. Optimize your low-hanging fruits, like I said. 2024 deliverables can be completed and continuing. So it's a relay race. And remember, in all of this, that have God by your side and walk with him all the way, and God will bless and prosper our hustle. Thank you for having me. I think the next is the Q&A.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We actually enjoyed your session. Please, if you've gotten something, this session is a reflective session for most of us. So please drop your emojis for Mrs. Onoiko. So send your accolades in. Actually, our time is fast spent and we have overshot our question and answer period. However, if you have some questions, you can drop it on in the chat room. She'll get it. And then if you're part of the Octopus Pickup pool, you can drop it in there. So your questions can get answered. Thank you very much. Please, how can we reach you if we want to reach you? Can you please drop your contact in the chat room? Okay, I can see it. It's on the screen. No, we are still seeing question. Okay, yes. So here's our contact details so you can reach out for more, for any inquiry you have and all of that. Thank you so much, Ma. We appreciate this.
Very much. Thank you very
From
much.
your session, I
If you
just
need
got
help,
to know that.
whether for the retreat, you need work materials, you need some guidance and help to, packing your vision and journey into 2025. We're always available to help.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
So
you.
I got that we should always, anything we need, we have to pen it down and take action. And then I like the fact that he said we should create our goals through a legacy approach. So we know that it's not just for us, we want it to live beyond it. So that might urge us on to do more. So without further ado, thank you so much. Please drop your emoji in the chat room so she can see them. Thank you so much, Ma.
Thank you.
So let's quickly move on. So next, we're supposed to have a short break. As I was sitting down, I saw that my watch was telling me that I've been sitting for too long. So please, you can stand up, stretch a little. And as I say, we do by acting first. So please, let's stand up a little, stretch your legs while we have a short announcement, SECA announcement, and things about SECA by our CEO of SECA Africa, Mrs. Stella Onweche. Stella, are you on the chat? Supposed to give us some announcements from SECA Africa. SECA Africa is always planning so many things for us. So they want to keep us abreast of what is going to happen and what is going on. OBK, is Stella here? Okay, it's hello? Oh, you missed the details. Miss Onaiko, please, can you please share your details in the chat room? Or you could display that last part again before the next Miss Stella comes up. Before Stella comes up. Said they missed somebody in the chat room said they missed your comment, they missed your details, so they want it. Ms. Veronica says she needs your details. Can you please share with us? Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes,
I said I'm putting it in the chat room. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So while we're waiting, OBK is Stella is our COO here. Okay. Thank you. You can see she has dropped her contacts in the chat room, everybody. So please contact her if you need more clarifications on stuff. Okay, so moving on, while we wait we're supposed to actually have a SECA announcement, but while we're waiting, let me read the profile of our next speaker. So our next speaker is a she. So we'll be having, we've had the man, we now have the she. Is Temitayo Ibikunle. She's a creative educator with almost 25 years of experience in the education industry. Like today is for educators. This is the third educator coming to facilitate. Okay, she's the director at Thriving Treasures School in Garki, Abuja, where she works with a dynamic team to raise confident children with academic excellence and sound moral values. She is the author of the book, If This Isn't Love. It is an intriguing fiction that deals with the themes of peer pressure and handling teenage crushes. She's a certified emotional intelligence and anger management coach, a certified mental health first aider and advocate, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Mentors and Coaches of Nigeria, a fellow of the Global Heart in Medicine Fellowship. She is married to Tolulope Ibikole and they are blessed with 2 lovely daughters. That is the profile of our next facilitator. And I think she's here with us. Hello, Miss Temitayo Ibikole. Nice to have you and nice to see your face. You're looking very radiant this morning. You can unmute yourself, and I think we can start right away while we wait we'll take the Seka Africa announcement after. How are you doing today? It's good to see you.
Good morning. I'm doing well. It's such a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. And
Okay.
said you have 2 lovely daughters. Hi, your daughter.
Yes.
I have 2 lovely daughters as well. So.
Oh, that's nice. The Abigail group.
Mama or girls.
Abi. Okay,
All right,
such a
over
pleasure
to
to
you.
be here today. Thank you, Dr. Buchi,
Yes.
for this warm welcome.
You have 45 minutes. We inclusive of question and answer sections segments.
20. Did I hear 25
Over
minutes?
45, 45.
Okay, 45
45,
minutes.
so.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so
Thank
it's a
you.
pleasure to be here. Am I allowed to share my screen? Have I been made a co-host? Can I
Yes,
be guided?
please. So please check. Yes, let me see. Check, please. I think you can.
Okay.
Are you able to?
I think so. I'm coming.
Yeah.
1 minute. Let me have my slide up first. Okay. Okay. Mm, 1 minute. Share, right? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
But it's writing Zoom, right?
Yes, so you might have to go to
Okay,
where it is.
so I think I'm there, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay, so good morning. Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Mrs. Oneko, did I get that right? Please. Oneko.
Yes, you got it
That
right.
was that.
Yeah.
Yes, that was an awesome session. Wow. Well done. I feel like I'll just get the replay of your session and then go lock up myself for like 2 days. And I'll be sure that 2025 will be blasting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a well-packed and impactful session. So this morning, afternoon, I'll be talking on naming your emotions. Naming your emotions. I know that we've heard from different aspects of life. This Pan-African webinar is just like a well-rounded masterclass where we can just feed and feed and feed and be full, and we are sure to have a more effective life as often as we show up here. So today I'll be talking about naming your emotions. And let's just jump right in. 45 minutes, including questions. I'm sure I'll be able to work around that effectively. So, what are your emotions? Can I have, okay, maybe before I come here, can I have responses in the chat room, or anyone wants to unmute and talk about what emotions are before I go on to share what I have on my slide? What are your emotions? While I wait for you, let me just say a few things. We are all emotional beings. You know, there's a popular saying that, oh, women are emotional, men are logical. I agree with that. However, I'd like to also I'd like to also make it clear that both male, female, children, and adults, we are all emotional beings. We all express one form of emotion or the other. So it's very, very important for us to be able to understand our emotions, because when we're able to understand our emotions, self-regulation becomes easier. And when you are able to regulate yourself, everything you are learning, you can put it to work, because self-regulation is at the base of every of your achievements in life. So regulating your emotions understanding your emotions is very important, because understanding your emotions ensure that you can have self-regulation, or assist your journey to self-regulation. And self-regulation ensures that, to a very large extent, you can achieve more with your life. So naming your emotions. Okay, somebody in the chat room says your emotion is one way you express how you feel. I agree with you. Okay, somebody else says your feelings. Your feelings are your emotions are your feelings. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, I agree with you. So let me go on to break it down a little bit. So what are emotions? Okay, what are emotions? Emotions are neurological chemical systems that evolves to help you navigate life's complexities. Okay, plenty English. It looks like plenty English are there. Let me break it down. So emotions have to do with your mind and your hormones, neurological chemical systems. So they are the ways your mind and your body respond to the things going on around you that helps you to navigate your life. They are how your mind and body responds to signals from the outside world. Let me do this. You are alone at home at night, and NEPA suddenly takes lights. All of a sudden, you're hearing at your door. What happens to your body? What happens to your mind? What happens to your body? Can somebody just put that in the chat box? You are alone at night, and your estate is a very quiet estate. All of a sudden, NEPA, your light goes out, and then you are hearing and you're not expecting anybody. And you're hearing at your door. What will be happening in your mind? What will be happening in your body? What will be happening? Can somebody help me on the comment section, or someone can unmute to give me a response? How do you think you'll be feeling at that point? And what are the responses that will be going on in your body? What do I mean by that? What will be going on in your chest? What will be going on your legs? What will be going on your hands? Please, can I get feedback, please? We are teachers. A number of my colleagues have been here today. We like feedback. We don't just want to come and talk. We want to know that we are interacting with an audience.
Yes, please. Okay, let me start.
Okay.
So, for some, you can start sweating. You can start panicking. Your legs start shaking. Your body palpitating and because you're afraid, you're not sure what is happening and where anything is coming from. Anxiety. For some that go to the extreme, they could even have panic attack at that point in time, or go into a shock, different. And some will find themselves in the bathroom, going to the toilet to say that.
Yes, so I can imagine somebody flying to lie down under her bed or his bed. Yes, so those are things that happens to us as a reaction of what is going on around us. Your heart's beating as if it's going to come out of your chest. And all. Thank you very much, Mrs. Adeniro, for helping with that. Okay, so that's an example of how, we pick our emotions. Wow. Sorry. Okay. So our emotions helps us to interpret what's going on around us and also what's going on inside us, right? So sometimes our bodies respond to our emotions and our emotions respond to our bodies. And they can help us to survive as well as put us in trouble. So when you don't learn to understand your emotions and you are driven by emotions all the time, sometimes it helps you to survive, sometimes it puts you in trouble. In a flight and fight mode, your emotions can help you to survive. Like, this is danger, without needing to think, you fly. But in other situations where you need to think through the situation to make logical and meaningful decisions, your emotions can put you into trouble. So it's important that we can understand our emotions so that self-regulation is easier. They also give us insights in some cases on how in other situations, they can cloud our judgment. So in some cases, your emotions can give you insight into a situation. You can look at somebody and you can say, this is how I feel about this person. And because of your emotions and your intuition, you may be able to make better decisions. However, in some cases of maybe when you're in love, you may not see all the signs of things that you should pick, and that may cause you to also make judgments that may put you in trouble. Okay, but I want to say a few things here that we need to pay attention to when it comes to our emotions. One, we learn in emotional intelligence that all emotions are important. Can somebody put that on the chat box for me? All emotions are important. We're not supposed to be saying one emotion is good, one emotion is bad. All emotions are important. And we have to welcome all emotions, be able to interpret all emotions, and then be able to use them aright to give us a more effective life. So all emotions are important. I know some people say, oh, some emotions are negative, so emotions are positive. Emotions are emotions. They become negative or positive based on how they are used. Emotions are emotions. If you can put that in the chat box for me too, I would like it. Emotions are emotions. Whether they become positive or negative depends on what we do with them. Okay, so all your emotions are emotions. That's one. Then another thing is that emotions are data. They are not directives. Let me say that again. Emotions are data. They are not directives. What do I mean by that? Your emotions are telling you something. They are not necessarily asking you to do something. More often than not, because we don't learn to understand our emotions, we let our emotions teach us to do something rather than tell us something. So emotions are data. They are information. They are information telling you something about yourself. So your emotions are data, not directives. Let me break it down. Anger, for example, shows you your boundaries. So when you know something that always happens, and when that thing happens, it makes you angry, know that that thing is telling you that where this thing is concerned, this is your boundaries. If anybody does beyond this, then they trigger you. So anger, situations that make you angry, if you can pay attention to those situations will teach you your boundaries. And if you understand your boundaries, you can communicate them better and you can have less anger issues. Jealousy, for example, shows you your desire. When you are jealous of a person, you need to step back and say, why am I jealous? What does this person have that I desire, that I feel that I don't have, that is making me jealous? Now, if you can come to that point where you can do that to yourself, then you can begin to make steps to say, okay, this thing, do I really want it? What can I do on my own end to get it so that I will stop hating? So you can imagine that the world will be a better place if we really, really, really knows, if we really, really, really understand our emotions. Okay? Shame shows you that you need healing or acceptance in a particular area of your life. So if there's something going on in your life that every time you think about, you feel ashamed, it shows that you need healing in that aspect. And it shows that you need to come to an accepting of yourself in that aspect. And shame is one of the emotions that can actually drive one to a very negative spot, to depression and all. So you need to understand that that shame is not actually there to drive you to destroy yourself. It's there to show you something that you need to embrace so that you can do better and move forward. Fear shows you untapped powers. Has anybody realized that when you are afraid of something, once you face that fear and you achieve that thing, you feel more powerful? Can I have a witness in the house on facing your fears? Has anyone actually faced a fear before? You will realize that once you face that fear and you overcome that fear, you actually feel more powerful. So fear actually shows you where you have untapped powers. So if you have anything that is making you fearful, sit down and analyze that thing. Consider how to face that fear. Every time that you overcome a fear, there's a power it gives you. There's a power it gives you. You know, there's a confidence it gives you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deniro, for the feedback. Thank you. Thank you. So your fear, my system is pretty sensitive and quite unresponsive sometimes. Okay, so fear helps to show you untapped powers. Okay, regret invites you to forgive yourself. So sometimes instead of wallowing in that regret, face the situation and forgive yourself. Okay, I have done this. I regret doing this. Now I forgive myself. Now, if you also need to get forgiveness from wherever it is that you have done whatever it is, go ahead and get that forgiveness. And then from there, you can be free. Disappointment shows you where you hold unspoken expectations. So when you experience disappointment, ask yourself, I'm disappointed. Tell yourself, I'm disappointed. Yes. But why am I disappointed? Is it that this person that disappointed me didn't really have an understanding of what I wanted? And then with this, you can explain yourself or express your expectations better. Then anxiety reveals an opportunity for you to build self-trust and confidence. Anxiety is sometimes as a result of fear. So you need to, when you realize that you're anxious about something, pay attention to it, build self-trust and confidence on that thing, and then you realize that your anxiety becomes less. For example, people that have anxiety for public speaking, your body is shaking, it's time for you to collect the mic, your body is shaking, your hands are sweaty, you're almost breaking down. However, all you just need to do is build your confidence. The more you build that confidence, the more you realize that the anxiety fizzles away. So all these emotions are teaching you something. They are all data. All these emotions are teaching us something. They are all data. Sadness indicates that you need to grieve, and it's okay to grieve. But don't stay in grief forever. It's okay to grieve. It's okay to feel sad about that thing that has happened. It's okay to cry, actually. It's okay, but don't sit in there forever. Process that emotions and be able to move on and achieve more. So I just gave you this kind of like summary to just let you know that every emotion is important and every emotion is telling you something. So when you begin to feel in a certain way concerning a certain thing, it's important that you pause, sit into that emotion. I'm laughing because yesterday I was going through something and my admin in school caught me talking to myself, and then she looked at me and said, talk to Temi, sit into the emotions. I said, yes, sit into the emotions. You need to sit into the emotion, try to understand it, take the information that the emotion is giving you, and then move on to make better decisions. which is the reason why we have to learn to name our emotions. Because if you can't name it, you can't tame it. Let me say that again, and somebody should please write that in the comment section for me. If you can't name it, you can't tame it. One of the reasons why our emotions drive us more than tell us things is because oftentimes we can't name it. So you just know that I'm feeling somehow. You don't know what the feeling somehow is. You are not ready to sit into the feeling somehow and interpret the feeling somehow. So the emotions drive you rather than inform you. You know, I've established the fact that your emotions are not meant to drive you. They are meant to inform you. But when you can't name the emotions, then the emotion will find it easier to drive you than inform you. Okay? So identifying our emotions can be hard, especially in today's world where our lives are so full. We move from one activity to the other without pausing to even say, how do I feel? You are stressed. You know you are stressed. You can't even pause to feel the stress. We are just, the world has just automated us that from sunrise to sunset, we are just on a roller coaster. So it makes it more difficult to identify our emotions these days. But it's important that we are able to identify our emotions. It's difficult because of the overwhelm of modern life and due to the fact that many times we feel that our emotions should control us. We feel like, oh, we don't have control. So somebody will have an outburst and say, I was angry. That's how I am. That you are entitled to be angry, but you can make better decisions with your reactions from being angry. Okay? So we shouldn't just let our emotions push us to do things. So it's very important that we begin to slow down to understand our emotions so that we can make better decisions with them. And one of the strategies to doing that is being able to name your emotion. Because there are over 150 names for emotions. I'm sure some of you, maybe I'm just realizing the emotions wheel is not on my slide, but I would get it and send it forward. There are over 150 ways of naming your emotions. So sometimes that stress, that thing you are terming stress, what is it? Is it an overwhelm? You know, is it that thing you are calling sadness? Where is it stemming from? Is it from bitterness? Is it from, so when we are able to name our emotions, it's easier to tame it. It's easier to make better use of it. It's easier for it to inform us rather than direct us. Okay? Susan David in her book, Emotional Agility, said, but I think she was quoting somebody else actually. She said, between stimulus and response, there is a space. And in that space lies the power to choose your response. And in your response lies your growth and freedom. Okay? Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space lies the power for us to choose our response. And however we respond determines our growth and freedom. Okay, let me share a little story of a day I came back from work. I was really stressed. But of course, I'm already on this journey of emotional intelligence and then emotional regulation and all. So I was stressed. In fact, driving home, I was stressed and I was still thinking of the fact that I will still need to cook when I get home. I still have this to do. I still had that to do. So I guess that even compounded the stress. So I was in the kitchen cooking and my daughter called out for me. And then without thinking about it, I snapped at her. And then I went into the room and my husband was asking me for something. Without thinking about it, I couldn't snap at him. So I just gave him one body, I'm looking for the word. I just gave him a body language that I know wasn't pleasant, you know. And then he stepped out of the room and I sat down and I said, Tayo, what's going on here? You are stressed. So I named my emotions. You are stressed. And because you are stressed, you are irritable. So the emotion at that point is actually that I am irritable, right? But I could trace the irritability to the fact that I was stressed. So I told myself, you are stressed because you are irritable because you are stressed. But honestly speaking, the people you are snapping at are not responsible for how you're feeling. So you can think about this feeling, regulate this feeling, and choose to step out of this room, relating with them in a better way. And I laughed at myself. So that's like sitting into that emotions, trying to understand it, explain it. And I laughed at myself. And then when I stepped out of the room, it was easier for me to be nicer to my husband, nicer to my children. I still was able to do my cooking, do the things I needed to do, retired to bed early. But I came out with a better behavior to the people around me. Why? Because I was able to sit into that emotion, name it, because I was able to sit into the emotions, name it, and then make better decisions out of it. So naming your emotions is a simple exercise where you can apply a label to that emotions that you are feeling. This label is usually a single word or adjective that describes how you feel. Okay? For example, you may feel calm, you may feel angry, you may feel despondent, you may feel, so once you can just put a name to that emotion, it helps you to put that emotion in perspective, which helps you to now be able to make a decision with that emotion that can profit you and profit the people around you. You know that when I stepped out of that room and I behaved better, that is growth. And then I also gained a freedom of not allowing that emotion to drive me, but I determined what I did with that emotion. Okay? So I was able to determine what I did with that emotion. So do you know that there are over 100 words that can be used to describe different emotions? Yes. I'm not sure I have that wheel on this slide, but I'll try and get the wheel across. But there are 6 primary emotions: sadness, happiness, fear, anger, surprise, and disgust. Okay, but these emotions can be broken further to over 100. In fact, when I was doing this study, I was surprised I didn't find love inside this because I love love. Okay, so according to the psychologist Paul Ekman, the primary emotions are broken further into 130 emotions. Okay, and those 130 emotions you can find on the emotions wheel. I'm actually surprised I didn't put the emotion wheel here. You can find them on the emotions wheel. Okay? So when we have a robust vocabulary for our emotions, it really, really does help us to make better decisions with the emotions. But oftentimes, what do? Many times we just shrug it off. You are feeling somehow, you shrug off the feeling, or you brood on the feeling absent-mindedly, you are feeling somehow, and you're just like, I'm just feeling funny. And then you're not actually processing the emotions. And as a result of that, when you shrug off your feeling, when you brood on your feelings emotional absent-mindedly, without really being present in the emotion, naming the emotion, and deciding what to do with the emotion, what happens is that you let the emotion drive you, and then you can't, and then we are not able to behave in a proper way as a result of that. So it's very, very important that you can name your emotions, and then it's very, very important that you can name your emotions, and you can now begin to make better decisions based on that emotions. what we should not do is ignore our emotions. I know a lot of us do that, especially because life is very busy. It's like sometimes we are too busy to even find time for ourselves and our emotions. So don't ignore your emotions. Ignoring your emotions comprises who you are and how you show up in the world. So when you ignore your emotions, it also determines how you show up in the world. Imagine that day I came back irritable. Imagine I didn't sit into that emotion and I was just allowing the emotions to drive me. I may just create a bad evening for everybody in my house, including myself. Okay? So in essence, ignoring your emotions will break your compass and it will impact on your physical and mental health and your well-being. So please don't ignore your emotions. When you begin to feel in a certain way, whether emotions that you consider negative or emotions that you consider positive, don't ignore any one of them. Sit into your emotions, understand them, and let them drive you into making better decisions. Why is it important for us to name our emotions? Why is it important for us to name our emotions? The practice of naming our emotions helps us to stay in touch with ourselves. Okay? It helps us to stay in touch with ourselves. When we step back, when we name our emotions, it helps us to also be able to step back and be objective. When, like what I did with that self-talk I had in that room was detaching myself from that emotions to help me to be objective. And that is why I could come to a conclusion that I'm just treating people around me badly for no reason, because they are not the reason why I am feeling the way I am feeling. Even if they are the reasons why I was feeling the way I was feeling, I still have a responsibility to choose to respond to them better, help them to understand how I was feeling, even if they were responsible. But if I don't have that ability to pause and analyze, step back and be objective, I'll just give everybody a bad evening. And then I'll tell myself I'm tired, so what? And a lot of times we do this. We react to people and we make excuses for ourselves and we move on. But that's not how it's meant to be. Also, naming your emotions also helps you to reduce the intensity of that emotion. Remember, I said that after I stepped out of that room, I was still able to cook. I was still able to do the things I needed to do in the evening. Why? I was able to detach. So the intensity of that irritation reduced after that self-talk. Okay? And then it helps us to build a robust vocabulary for reflection and communication. So when we're able to name our emotions, it helps us to build a robust vocabulary. You can narrow that emotions down, okay? You can narrow that emotions down to what exactly it is, which helps you also to be able to reflect better and communicate better. So when you now need to tell somebody around you that, okay, I'm sorry, this is how I'm feeling, you need to give me a moment so that I can, put myself together, I can be with you. The person too can understand. So it also helps us to be better communicators of our emotions. Okay, so why do I feel how I feel? Reflecting on your emotions. So how do you do this? Pause and ask yourself, how do I feel? Why am I feeling like this? I bet these were the things I did in that room. Like, okay, how do I feel? I'm irritable. Why am I irritable? I'm stressed, right? So recognize that you are feeling something. That's the first thing. I'm irritable. Why am I irritable? Name it, I'm stressed. Label the feeling with a word that is meaningful to you. Then feel it, okay? One of the things we don't do is feel our emotions. And that's why we have mastered ignoring the emotions. So don't ignore. Don't have it as something that is just behind your mind or or in your heart somewhere that you're not paying attention to. Feel it. If it's sadness and you want to cry, pause, cry. You know, feel your emotions, even if it is excitement that something just happened and you're excited, please feel it. Feel it. Okay. Then when you have done feeling it, so sit with that feelings, allow yourself to feel it in that space, which was what I did in that room. I sat down, I'm tired, and this, I felt it, and I'm like, then after that, process it. What do I mean by that? Reflect and analyze. Like I said, I told myself, Tayo, you are stressed. Yes. But it's still not a reason for you to be unkind to the people around you. So that's analyzing it. So what do then, when you finish analyzing it, you can now make a better decision on moving forward. So what do you need to move on from that feeling? Learn what your feelings are trying to teach you. So right now, I just saw this person, and that feeling of jealousy just welled up in me again. Sit down. Okay, I agree. I'm jealous. What am I jealous about in this woman? Okay, she knows how to dress. But me, don't I know how to dress too? Do you understand? Sit down and analyze it so that from there you can make better decisions. And by the time you do that, you realize that you are able to release that emotion. You are able to find that growth. Remember that growth that I talked about between stimulus and response. You are able to find that growth. You are able to find the freedom, because sometimes our emotions, when we don't understand, analyze, and do better with them, can keep us in a form of bondage. You are able to get that freedom, and you are able to go off and be a better person. So what are other strategies that we can use for managing our emotions? Your mood tracking. So you can decide to have a mood tracker and maybe have an alarm on your phone, maybe every hour, where you can pause and ask yourself, how am I feeling? Especially for those of us that have learned, that have been numb over the years. Also because in our growing up, our parents haven't taught us to be in touch with our emotions. Your mama will beat you, tell you must not cry. And growing up, a lot of us didn't know how to connect with our emotions. So if you are on that, if you're in that space where it's very difficult for you to even connect with your emotions, mood tracking is a very good activity. You can just have like a book and you can have your alarm at every intervals. You can pause. When your alarm comes up, you can pause and just sit into that moment, 2-3 seconds. How am I feeling? Then you can write it down. At the end of the day, you can check all the ways you have felt throughout the day, and it can help you to track your mood and understand how you are. So when you check all the different moods you had recorded during the day, you can also ask yourself, what was happening to me at this point when I felt this way? What happened to me at this point when I felt this way? It helps you to keep yourself in touch with yourself, okay? Journaling is very good. Journaling has helped me, saved my life, in fact, if I would use that word. So taking time to journal, you can do journaling in the morning, you can do journaling at night. Journaling can help you reflect on your day and help you to stay in touch with your feelings. Art therapy, I'm an artist, I draw, and I know that there was a time I had a very, very troubled time in my life. I went back into drawing, and I did really do me a world of good. You can attend group therapy if you have issues with connecting with your emotions, or you have emotional issues you need to deal with. Mindful breathing also helps you to stay in touch and be in the moment. Gratitude journaling does the same for you. And then forgiveness. Forgiveness is a whole masterclass on its own, because forgiveness is essential. And it's two ways: forgiving yourself and forgiving others. And both are very important, because a lot of times we are taught about forgiving others, but a lot of times we are not taught about forgiving ourselves. And many times the things holding us back are the things we are holding against ourselves, even more than the ones we are holding on others. So it's important that you can learn to forgive yourself and forgive others. Okay. I think with that, I've come to the end. Did I rush? Of today. So I think there's still enough time for question and answers.
Thank you very much, Temitayo. We have enough time. We have some like 4 minutes. So let me start with the accolades, please. Let's put our accolades in the chat room. I got the fact that we should name our emotions. Our emotions are neurological chemical systems that help us. They tell us how to react. They tell us what's going on. They are data. They are giving us messages. So if we're able to understand them, those who understand the message, then it helps us to act with better and make informed better decisions with our actions. And they should, I read that you also said emotions should are data and that they are not directives. So they
They are not
shouldn't be,
directives.
because you feel the emotion, you now start acting rashly. No, the emotion is telling you something, and based on that thing, what should you be doing and what should you not be doing? Like when you talked about the jealousy, what does this person have that I want, and I want to work towards it? So if I want somebody's husband, I'm jealous, I want somebody's husband, I should now work towards collecting the husband.
No. Work towards getting your own. And if you listen to what I said, I did not say work towards getting it. I said work towards getting your own. Because the truth is that what doesn't belong to you doesn't belong to you.
I know.
Am I still sharing my screen?
Yes, we are seeing the
Okay,
wheels
so
that you're sharing with
this
us
is an
now.
emotion wheel.
Wow, all of this. Oh, cool. I can
Yes.
see all the red looks like that's something about anger. So there are different levels to that.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
yes.
Oh, and even the color is changing. So it's like the milder, or it's going from mild
Yes.
to
So you can
red
narrow it down. Yes, and you can
wow.
expand it. Yes. So
Okay, so you know, like
the
you said,
major
like
ones are the ones in the center.
in the circle. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you said that's supposed to be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Okay. This one is carrying 7 though.
No, but
Yes,
look at
these
the
are
other.
the major ones.
It says bad. Is that emotion bad? You are told us that emotion. Okay.
Are neither good nor bad. So I don't know what that one is doing there. But if you really narrow it down, the main thing is that it helps you to just name it. So once you can name it, you know what determines whether it is good or bad is what we do with it.
From what you say, yes.
Because if you are angry and then you slap somebody and then that's bad. But anger in itself is not bad. But
Like
what you do with that
boundaries.
anger determines whether it is bad or good.
Good. Yes. Thank you. Oh, if you have enjoyed this class as much as I have, please put the emojis in the chat room. This was really, in fact, coincidentally, this is a new session in schools, and I have some children that really they can't even regulate at all. So much that the child will actually pull you, hold your leg, pull you, want to fight you as if she's blocking you. And how old is this child? Just like 4 years old. She's not even 5 yet, And those emotional intensities so much like that for her. So I like the fact that I said when we put we put the emotions in perspective. And some of the tools you gave us, I've learned that art therapy, there's this book that I had a boss that she just colors. She just do a lot of coloring. Those coloring books are very deeply drawn together. So she colors in between. Every day at the end of school, we get the children to color, and we, the teachers, who are coloring. And it helps you to just calm down and just help you out to round off the day. So I like that art therapy. You said you have a group therapy, mood tracking, journaling. So sometimes, maybe because you can't put what is going on, you can't say it. So putting it down and putting it in words may actually help. Okay, thank you. I like the fact that anger, the anger is helping you to understand your boundaries. So when you know your boundaries, you know when to stop. So you are not going out of boundaries and start acting irrationally. Thank you very much. In fact, as we finish now, I wish some of my children were in this session, because this also affects the younger ones. And you know, for me, sometimes I say, what you want, the child is the father of man. That means what you want as an adult, you start getting it from a child. So if you can put this on the children, and then you will all have will become better adults that can manage their emotion well. So I'm thinking all this emotional intelligence that we are doing with adults, we need to start it from the younger age, from children, so they get to actually master this before they're adult. So if you have any question, comments, please drop it in the chat room for Mrs. Ibikunle Temitayo. Please drop it, and put your accolades, please. I feel our chat room is so quiet today, and we need some responses. So I start calling out names. I know you may not be there. Let's see. So give us, please drop we need to see your contact. So in case somebody may be too shy to, let's know how we can contact him.
I didn't design my contact page earlier, but I quickly put something together while we were on. Okay, so that's basically my name, my phone number, and then my Instagram page.
Okay. So in the chat room, I have Mr. Abdullah Ahmed says, emotions are powerful and need to be controlled. Don Eugene says, amazing work, man. I have Priscilla say, well done, Mrs. Ibikunle. I learned enough. See, my own books are full. I'm just writing and writing and writing. I'm just picking up points that I'm going to share with my class children, basically, because in as much as adults need it, like I said, we want the children to get it.
The earlier, the better, actually.
Yes. So good job, madam. Always enjoying your daily emotional talk. That's only.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Demokwashi says, hello, Coach Emen. We must train ourselves to navigate and name our emotion. And I think, can you go back to that slide of the wheel so we can either screenshot so we have more words to use? Because I think more vocabulary you have, it helps you to.
Yes.
It's easier for you. You have more words to name it. So let's see if this one. Okay. Okay. Thank you. The emotions will. All right. So have different words for your emotions. So you're not just angry all the time. You can be mad. You can be aggressive.
You can be furious.
Furious. That's super much.
Okay, and you can feel violated. You can feel disrespected. So your anger can be as a result of feeling disrespected. It can be as a result of feeling resentful. It can be as a result of being betrayed. You understand? So it helps you to just narrow down and find the source of that emotion.
I remember we had something close to this trainings and I just talked about having words to express how we're feeling. And then one of the participants mentioned that she felt angry because she felt ignored.
So fantastic.
They were in the house, yes. And then she sent a message to somebody and the person read the message. You know, with WhatsApp, you see if the person has read the message or the message just. So she felt the person had read the message and the person refused to respond, or as she put it. And then her friend sent a message to the same person and the person responded.
Wow.
So she felt so ignored and it triggered anger in her that even affected her. So in the meeting, we're now trying to say, you know, there are sometimes your message just comes in and you are unable to respond at that instance. And then maybe later you forgot to respond. She thought about that, you know, try to give her reasons why that may not be what happened and, you know, just quench the anger, you know. So many things can trigger our emotions. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ibikunle. We enjoyed this session so much. I think there are other messages here. Let me check. All right. So that's it. We have some responses to you. So if you have any questions, so let's go back to your contact. All right. Thank you. So, yes. So here is our contact. If you need to talk to us some more. She's here. And then shortly now, we are supposed to have, thank you, Mr. Bikunle. This was a very enlightening session. I might hope to have you back next time. Anyway, you always drop this for us every now and then in the group. So I'm happy I'm in that group. I'm happy I'm in that group. So you can join us some more. You can join some of the community group with SECA Africa, like the Octopus Speaker Pool. We have the business study group and all of them, so that you can get some of these daily tips and weekly nuggets from many of our speakers that have come up. All right, thank you so much. You spent your time wisely. So we are going to the next, you have like 3 minutes more, so before the next speaker we can have the next activity. So more questions, comments for Mrs. Ibikunle, please. Okay, maybe I should have. So if you have a little girl that has so much, they are just developing language anyway, and we're talking about naming your emotions. Yes, we'll name it. But they are just developing language, right? Also make my phone number post. Okay. OBK will get that in the chat group, please. All right, Sam. So you have these children that you want them to be able to name the emotion. Yes, we teach them the basic emotion, but they are just developing. Sometimes even as adults, you don't know why you're just feeling that way you're feeling. So how do we, apart from now teaching her the emotion, how do we even tell her to say the emotion that she's feeling, or to talk about it? Yes, you have given them all those little language, but before they even do that one, their own executive function is not as big as us to know that I have to name it and calm down first. What do you do in such situations to start getting the children on board too?
Okay, so because the regulation is not as much on their end and language is not as clear, first thing is that the adults around them needs to help them to feel validated.
Validation.
So you as the adults around them, you are able to, instead of responding angrily because the child is throwing tantrums, you are able to calm the child down and let the child know that I see you. So once the child can calm down, you can even hug, calm down, let the child feel validated. Once the child can feel validated, then you can begin to ask questions that can direct the child to express how they feel. When language is not plenty, you can also give like suggestions. So, are you upset? What happened? Because sometimes if the child is able to narrate what happened, it is easier for you to understand. Do you understand? Then when you have gotten to that point of understanding, you can now redirect the child on next time, do this instead of doing this. So you can have conversations like, okay, oh, I'm sorry about that, but next time you feel like this, or next time this happens, try to do this, try to do that. So that way you are teaching the child to regulate. But because you are the adults and you have more understanding, you can't leave it all to the child.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
That was, yes, that's very helpful. That's very, very helpful. Thank you very much. So, on that note, we have come to the end of your session, and thank you for coming. We really enjoyed that.
Thank you for
I would love
having
you to say yes some more, but like the last facilitators, let's have a time agenda and then move with the agenda, and then let's manage our time effectively. So thank you for coming. God bless. We'll see more of you on the group. Yes. So I have a message, a question in the chat room. Somebody say, how do we join the WhatsApp group? So we're going to have some second announcements, and either Stella or OBK is supposed to give us some of those details. will soon, you'll get to it. You'll get it shortly. But you get it shortly. So please, can we post some of the links from SECA Africa? So it's time for SECA Africa announcement. And then now there's this book that Dr. Sam Obafemi, our host, wrote. It's called Marketing Without a Budget. And in that book, it talks about how you form communities and now you can how the community can help you manage and do your marketing. That way you're managing your budget, unlike when we do the regular traditional marketing where you print flyers, where you go to newspapers, where you use television and all those social media things. This time around, telemarketing, this time around, when you have a community, your community will drive it. So do I have SECA Africa now?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me, Ma?
Okay, so over to you, BK. Thank you for joining. And I want you to join. What do you say?
I want to confirm that you can hear me very well.
Yes, we can hear you clearly, please. I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure it has been a wonderful session. From the first, we had planning the productive meeting and some of the takeaways. And then the second has to do with our personal productivity, year 2025, and of course, in retrospect to what we have done in year 2024. And then you have this wonderful session on naming your emotions, which are key. So you see that there's that central theme, which may not have been agreed, but it looks like every speaker is touching on it, which is on personal development. The fact that we can do better in 2025, we can scale what we are doing, our productivity, our performance, and efficiency, we can actually do better. And that is primarily what we are aiming for in seeing in our community members and whoever interacts with any of our content as a carpenter, making sure that you get better, your business gets better, your communities get better, your team is better. Doesn't matter which part of the courses we are offering or services, there's always that component of making you get better. So just like our hostess said, MT Adenrock, marketing without a budget is a tool that helps you get better at selling. Whether you want to do well, it shifts your attention from the normal to something you may not have paid attention to, but is working. Whether it is talking to someone one-on-one or at a large group, there is that part of making it get better when you leverage community. Everybody here who has spoken is a member of the OSC, which is a powerful community, including our hostess. And it wouldn't have been possible if we just left it for the team at SECA. But because we understand that community is key, we keep resourcing our community, empowering the community, pushing the community to get better, and of course, get reward for whatever service or product we deliver. So we find that community is key. And that is the crux of what Marketing Without a Budget was talking about. And what Coach Sam has done too is to make sure that the concept in Marketing Without a Budget, the ideas he has shared are hands-on, something you can relate to, something you can apply in your day-to-day business activities. So when you come to the mastermind happening February 15, 2025, you get to learn not just from Coach Sam, but from every other powerful expert on practical ways and what you can do with your communities, and it becomes relatable, it becomes something you can work with, and community is important. So Market Without a Budget, of course, we all know is 10,000, it's still on, and you can pick up at Lagos, at Warrior, you can pick up in Abuja, at SECA, you can pick up in Kaduna, you can pick up, we can get it delivered to you wherever you are, and outside Nigeria too. But for Mastermind, February 15th, you have to be in the room to gain all the experiences that you need to gain. But before the mastermind, if you are a business owner, there's a need for you to also sit down. I'm happy that our second facilitator touched on corporate retreat as a critical component that helps you to look at what you've done in 2025, sit yourself down, withdraw your plan as to what will happen in 2020, in the next year. So there are two things that we have lined up for you. One is the end of the day business appraisal workshop, which is more like sitting you down and asking you several questions, providing resources to help you look at 2024 and appraise it properly. There are a lot of components to that, so you have to be in that class itself for 20,000. And then a larger one, which is a 3-day residential retreat for corporate bodies, for your team, for organization, because we are aiming at giving up to 22 hours of group study. So you can imagine what you are doing for 22 hours in 3 days stretch. You are sitting down with the facilitators, it's residential, you're having the sessions back to back, and it is all geared towards making sure that 2025 is not worth, is not something you can look back and say, 2024 was better. No, we want 2025 to be a 100x year for you. So if you are doing 10, want to be doing 100. If you're doing 100, want to be doing hundreds of thousands. So we want your efforts, your team to do 100 more than they are currently doing, but you can't do that alone. So the ball is in your court now. Market water budget is for you. Brown Community Mastermind is for you. Business appraisal workshop is for you. End of the year residential retreat is for you. The question is not what you have offered. The question is what will you be doing differently? You have all the options on your table. Which one of these are you picking up? So you can know more about SECA online at mySECA or at www.secaafrica.com. Remember, whatever you do with what you have, what we have given you, is up to you. For us, we will continue to strive with our products and services to making sure that our people, everyone who interacts with our content, becomes better. From a personal perspective, I think we should consider doing 100 more than we are doing this year. It begins with you. Thank you very much.
LBK, but there's a question in the chat room asking how they can join some of our WhatsApp group, like OSP and the other community we have.
Yes, to join OSP, I would love that you reach out to us via the number which will be in the chat so that we can give you more. But just a summary of OSP because of our time.
Hello? Hello? Am I the one that's out or is OBK? Who can hear me?
Can hear you.
Hi, OBK. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you if you can. I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you. Okay, so it's OBK that is gone. Okay, so he said we can reach out on this phone number. He has dropped the phone number on the chat group so that you can know how to join the communities of the different communities SECA Africa offers you. So I hope, Madam Veronica, did you get that? Please pick up the number. The number is, maybe I should say it out, 0807 361 0884. So you can reach out to members of SECA Africa on that number, 0807 361 0884. So you can be a part of that community, of the different community as it relates that you want. We have some of the business group, we have some that is about speaking, public speaking, that's the OSP, which organizes this. Members of it are those speakers you have on this Pan-Africa webinar. You have the one different, they have so many for different needs of different community members. So when you call the number, you tender your need and they know where to sort you in. Thank you, OBK, for the announcements and for all you do at SECA Africa. So moving on, we have our next speaker available. And here is his profile so that as we listen, we can, and this time around, I would like us to guess what our topic will be about when I finish introducing this speaker. Let's have some guess. And you know, there's Octopus speaker meal now. You might just win one plate. You know how Yomi and Dr. Buchi said that food is. You don't want to miss that smoky jollof rice and the smoky octopus meal. All right, so let's listen to our profile and then we can guess whether our topic for today, our last speaker's topic for the day. So are you ready? Please show me you're ready by typing 3 in the chat room, or just show me thumbs up or any of your favorite emoji so I can start my read. I just need to. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you. So I'm going to start now. Thank you very much for your response. Oh, somebody is dancing for me. Today is Owan Bell, so let's dance very well. All right. Don, our profile's name is Don Eugene. Don Eugene is a renowned engineer, entrepreneur, and a public speaker. He is the CEO of Sapin Construction Company and Total Interiors Integrated Systems. As a certified life coach, business coach, and keynote speaker, he founded the Mentorship Hub Network, where he helps organizations and social institutions achieve their goals and overcome procrastination through scientific methods. Don Eugene is known for his dedication to training young entrepreneurs and his commitment to community service through the Don Eugene Foundation. He's also an expert in emotional intelligence and is given to transforming minds. He is passionate about empowering youth and has been recognized for his contributions to youth development and entrepreneurship. Don has authored 2 powerful books, namely 200 Powerful Business, I Am Affirmations, and Dice, Playing to Win as an Entrepreneur. Please join me to welcome the Don Eugene. Okay, before we welcome him, you can drop your welcome accolades in the chat room. So can we guess what the Don is coming to? I think I like the Don as his name. So that's what I've been calling you. I hope that is fine. Your name is Don, so I'll say the Don. So can we guess what the Don will be talking about? Judging from what I've just read, simple and powerful. So let's guess. We have 2 minutes, about 2 minutes to guess. Who wants to start? Let me see, what do I think? Since they talked a lot about empowering youths. Let's guess. Where are the guesses? Nobody wants to guess. 3 octopus meal is coming up. Let's guess. Let me see. He's an engineer, public speaker, entrepreneur, transforming youth. I'm not sure I can even guess. Anybody can guess? Let's see. And they've talked about something about 2025. Maybe Stu is going to talk, and we have a lot of, most of the topics for today is how to empower us to be better for the future. So, emotional intent, transforming mind. Okay, we give up. Or maybe we should hand it over to the Don, because I'm seeing mentorship, I'm seeing business coaching. We should just leave the room open to you. All right, over to you, the Don. Nobody has taken up this task. So just come and help us out of our misery. You have to unmute your mic, sir. Uh-huh. All right.
Yeah, thank you. Hope I'm loud and
Welcome. Oh, yeah, you're loud and clear. I can see your super mic.
Unfortunately, I'm not even sure I'm using the mic because I'm using two devices. It's connected to my system, but I'm using my phone for the video because I'm projecting from the system. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, moderator. You've made it lively. You've made it interesting. Thank you for the amazing work you are doing, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Wow. It's been a long day, started since morning, and we are at the climax. Please, since I am the one rounding off whatever we've done today, I will beg everyone to be on this ship with me in mind and in body and in soul. Praise the Lord, everybody. Anyway, sorry, you might find a religious statement pop out of me, maybe because that's my default inclination. But anyway, it's just part of it. So good afternoon, everyone. I'll quickly start by saying, ignore everything you've heard about let me say, the profile that was read. I'm just a simple guy, a member of the Sopka family, and I will start by saying how that became. And then I would like us to use the chat room a lot. I'm not too much of writing, just emojis and maybe letters. So if you're hearing me, you could put multiple ones. If you're not hearing me, if I see the letter 2, I believe that you are not hearing me or I need to come back. Then if I see 1, I mean you're hearing me. And then if you think that what I'm saying is hitting home with you, you can put an emoji, fire emoji, any other emoji that is of choice to you. So if you can hear me, please, can you just put something in the chat room? Let me sure I'm not speaking to myself alone, please. I'm trying to find the chat room on my system so I can follow up with everyone too. Okay, I can see one chat. Okay, yeah. So, yes, I can see a thumb up. So I believe, okay. Please, can I get a 1 if you're hearing me so that I can start up? We have a short time for what okay, yes, I get a 1. Please, if you are on this call and you can hear me, unfortunately, I was on YouTube earlier. Those on YouTube will not be able to, since I'm not on YouTube, I won't be able to see their comment, but if you're on Zoom, I think we are together. So let's make it a very lovely section. So what I'm going to talk about is not much, is not much different from what every other person has spoken about. So I saw a moderator trying to get us to guess what the topic is. And this is the topic. It's quite simple: creating a success-driven mindset. So creating a success-driven mindset. I'm trying to get the system up working. Then, oh, okay, 1 second, please. Okay. Yeah. I can't see my screen. I don't know who is who is on. Okay, is okay showing. Okay. 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 A few years ago in 2017, I was in a very bad place in my life. Okay, I'm trying to see. Okay, my slides are not on. Please let me just get my slides ready, then we'll be ready to go.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay, we are good. Yeah. Okay. My name, I'm Don Eugene. About 2017, I was at a very bad, low point in my life. I had I was doing well in business, but my personal life was not adding up. And fortunately, I had someone who believed in me. I always tell people, have people who believe in you, even when your belief is at the lowest level. So I had someone who believed in me and introduced me to Sam Obafemi. As a matter of fact, paid for a 1-year coaching session for me. And thanks to my boss, Coach Sam Obafemi, is always giving. At that particular time, I think he was running one crazy promo, doing about 80% discount on the year coaching. And that has been one of the most transformational journey I have I've had in the last 10 years of my life. So signing up with that coaching program opened my eye to this whole, knowledge industry. And I went on to do so many certifications, from anger management to emotional intelligence to a lot of them. I'm even losing count. I did business study group. I did some certifications that, as I then said, I was just learning. I was just hungry to learn. I didn't even know where to major. But one of the things that stood out for me was, the more I was learning, the more I understood that the world within is more important than what is outside. Because prior to that time, I was busy chasing money and doing everything I was doing, but my internal world was not really in order. And that's why the topic I'm dealing with today, in focus of 2025. Fortunately, almost everybody that has spoken is talking about how we can have better results in 2025. The speaker before the previous speaker was talking about having 2025 in view. What are the things you didn't achieve in 2024 that you are looking at achieving in 2025? And mine is also in the same area, but I'm not really dealing with our businesses and everything. I'm dealing with the mindset, because the mindset is actually the engine that powers your life. So it's just like the way you have a very beautiful car, and if the engine is faulty, that car is going nowhere. And that is what the mindset is. So we are looking at creating a success-driven mindset. So practical habits for personal and professional growth. So if you're looking at some areas in your personal life, or you're looking at your career or your business, whatever we're going to talk about today, you'll be able to find something that will be useful for you. And I'm not promising everything I'm sharing today are going to be new, something you've not heard before. No. But one of the things I can promise, and you can take to the bank, is that I'm going to remind you some things that you know that you've not been using. Because it's not the knowledge that you don't know that is holding you back. It's what you know that you are not using that is actually holding you. And you always say, if the use of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable. So God has given us a creative mind, has given us everything that we need to become the best of ourselves. Just like a seed is, everything a seed needs to become a tree is inside. All we need to do is to put the seed in the right environment, and it will blossom and become a mighty big tree. So that's the same way we are. Everything that we need to become what we need to be is inside of us. But what has held us back a lot of time is because we've not mastered the art of how to bring out the best from us. So we are chasing results elsewhere. Meanwhile, we are supposed to bring out this result from inside of us, from the inside, for whatever we have deposited in our mind. So that's what we are going to be looking at. So the first thing that comes out in that whole topic is mindset. What is mindset? What does it mean to say, okay, having a success-driven mindset in 2025? Mindset refers to those established sets of attitude or belief that shapes how a person interprets and responds to the world around them. So simply put, like I said earlier, mindset is your operating system. I'll make an analogy. In front of me here, I have two computers. One is worth over $1 million, while the other one is barely about 200,000-300,000 naira. Both of them are laptop. Both of them are computer system. Why is one more expensive, about ×5 more expensive than the other? For those who are knowledgeable in the tech industry, will tell you because of the operating system. Leaving the two systems on the table, you might not be able to tell which one is more expensive, but by what they can do, the capability of the system, which is driven by the operating system of the computer, that's what makes it more expensive and what makes it better. That is the same way we are. So that operating system inside is what the mindset inside of us is. So essentially, we are all the same. We are all human, pass through the same process of conception, and we're giving birth to, and we are growing. So what really makes us different? We have the same arms, we have the same organs in the body. I've not seen a human to say, okay, this one has what's it called? This one came without kidney, and this one came without intestine. So we basically have the same component. But what is that thing that has actually made us different? That is what we're going to be looking at. So the image you see on your screen will show you something. One is a police officer, and while the other one, presumably, is a thief. If these two people are lying down lifeless on the ground, I'm still trying to make you understand what mindset is and why it's important. If these two people are lying down on the ground and then they are lifeless, when you come in at someone who had no knowledge about their personal life, you won't be able to tell this is the lifeless body of a police officer or this is the lifeless body of an armed robber. What you will say is that these are two corpses on the ground. So eventually, this one lived his life breaking the law, while this one lived his life upholding the law. So what exactly was different between both of them? If when they become lifeless, you can give the same description to say they are just dead bodies, it's just a corpse. So what was different? It tells you there was nothing different about the physical attribute, but it was the operating system of this person that made him live a lawless life, while this other one was making him live a life that was law-abiding. So what made this man a police officer was because of his mindset, which actually comes from nature and nurture. I'll get into that. But what made this one an armed robber was because of his mindset. Now, if we have established the difference between these two individuals is their mindset, if you want to change this man, what are you going to change? If I want to change the thief, am I going to give him just a Bible or just give him $1 million and say, okay, because you don't have money, that's why you are stealing. I'm going to give you $1 million so that you stop stealing. That eventually will not stop him from being who he is. If, as a matter of fact, if you give him $1 million, he will take his stealing to international level. Now he will start stealing at the highest level because he has the resources to now do it at the highest level. So what you can change about this individual is the mindset that initially made him a thief instead of being a police officer or any other profession he could have chosen. So you can see that the most important component in a man for you to change is the mindset, not the body. Because one of the things I found funny these days, there are some feel-good messages. You say fake it until you make it. So you have to dress like the banker to be the banker. You're just wearing the clothes or dressing like it. It might be good, fine, because I understand the law of attraction. I'm a practitioner there. Yes, you can attract it. You can dress like it. I understand that. But at the same time, if you do not change your belief system, if you do not change the operating system inside of you, every other thing you are doing on the outside is just a waste of time. So that is that on that. So I'll quickly move forward. I don't want to take so much time. So there are different types of mindset. Essentially, there are two major types of mindset. And I believe everybody on this call, I wish it was a physical class, would have been able to deal on that more. I'm not even seeing your chat because I'm having night chat. Okay, I'm trying to look through the chat now. That's good. So there are two. Thank you. Someone said nice analogy. Thank you. There are two major types of mindset, and I believe that you can guess. The first is the fixed mindset. The fixed mindset, these are people with a fixed mindset are people that believe that their abilities, intelligence, and talent are static traits and cannot be significantly changed. They tend to avoid challenges, fear failure, and give up easily because they believe their abilities are set in stone. After reading the English, I will just tell you, these are people that tell you the things like, this is how I am, leave me the way when I did. And everyone here have met someone like that. If you have met someone like that, just type a one on the chat room. People that tell you that, now like this, I be, leave me like this. And I even have one funny one. You just see somebody like, please smile, now why are you frowning? You go say, now so my face be. How can your face be like that? So that means you think you can't do anything about it. That is a fixed mindset. People that say, this is how I met myself. In my family, this is how we are. Nobody goes to school in my family. Nobody. That is a fixed mindset. If you've ever found yourself talking like this or people like this, immediately you see people like this, just know that this person has a fixed mindset. These people just believe that their abilities, their intelligence, everything is cast on stone. They can't do anything about it. The way they find themselves, that's the way they will be. And do you know, as ambitious as we are, because I believe everyone on this call is because we are people who are ready to learn. We are people who are already upwardly mobile. As ambitious as we are, you know, there are some people that don't even have ambition up to 1% of what you have. It will surprise you to find that there are people in their lifetime, they don't even think of it that they will ever own a car or own a house. It's not within, you won't understand. I've spoken to people, I've been able to relate to people at the top and those at the lowest level. There are people that don't even think in that direction. Why your own is you are thinking of how to move from Gwarinpa to Maitama, you're thinking how to move from suburb to the city center. Some of these people are not even thinking anything called progress. That's why at the slightest resistance, the next thing they are thinking of, I'm going back to my village. Because that they have a fixed mindset. And I will dig more on that. Then the second type of people, which I believe we have here, if you know you have a growth mindset, just put a 1 on the chart. People with a growth mindset believe that their abilities, intelligence can be developed through effort, learning, and perseverance. They view challenges as opportunity to grow, embrace failure as part of the learning process, and persist in the face of setback. And that is where we are in this country. Some people at the beginning of the year or even last year, all their projections and everything were totally different from the challenges that we encountered as the months rolled out. And then you see people with this growth mindset keep innovating themselves. Yes, the children's school fees have increased. In the last 1 year, my children's transportation fee from school has been increased about 4 times, and with almost 300% increment from what it was. And yet, I have not decided to withdraw them, not necessarily because the resources was kept somewhere. No, because I understand that as this thing happened, I must be able to respond to them with a growth, from a growth mindset perspective that, okay, these have happened. What can I do? How can I react to it? So that's what people with a growth mindset mean. I'll quickly talk about this animal that we see before we move into the topic proper. What I'm just doing is icebreaker introduction for us to understand what we are dealing with. This animal is called the king of the jungle. And as a matter of fact, this animal has no business being the king of the jungle based on physical measurement that you could use to judge. For example, if you say the biggest animal in the jungle should be the king of the jungle, the lion is not the biggest. The fastest, the lion is not the fastest. The cheetah is faster. Elephant is bigger. If you say the strongest, lion is not the strongest animal. So what exactly made lion the king of the jungle? Why is lion the king of the jungle? If you check it out, you find out that just one thing, it is the attitude, the mindset of the lion. Someone rightly said something that if a lion sees an elephant, what comes to the lion's mind is food, eat. I think it was our late, what was it called? I've forgotten his name, Ubon King or so. He said, once lion sees an animal, what he sees is food, eat. Then when an elephant sees a lion, what he sees is eater, run. So it tells you defaultly, even when the elephant is stronger and bigger, because of the mindset of the elephant, is bound to run when he sees a lion. And because of the mindset of the lion, lions look at it and say, I can take on this elephant. I can take on this elephant. And that was, sorry, I'm going to drag you a little bit into the Bible. And that was the same thing that David was operating on. You know, we all read the story of David and we look at the invisible hand of God being maybe invisible hand of God when he threw down his string and or let's call it the catapult for easier understanding to Goliath. We say, okay, maybe God empowered the stone to kill Goliath. But what about the lion? What about the bear that he killed before? As at then, the anointing was not upon him yet. Or as at then, there was no record in the Bible that God helped him to kill the lion and the bear. It shows that he had this mindset of I can do anything. And this is one of the things that has helped a lot of us survive in this, and that we have, some of us have made up our mind, no matter what the economy is. Like we always say, no matter how the jungle is, lion will not eat grass. No matter what the economy is, we will survive, we will thrive. So thriving during hard times is a mindset. See, pain is a fact, is actually reality, but suffering is optional. There can be danger, which we recognize, but to suffer is optional. You can choose not to suffer. I'll quickly digress and lead you. Something happened in 2015 when we were preparing for the election, and it had a lot of friends of mine that were supporting General Buhari, and I spoke to them everything possible. I even preached the Bible. I remember telling a friend of mine, you remember how Israelites were praying, give us a king, we want to be like other nations. And God told them, this king will match your head, though. He will kill your children. They say we don't care. And I was telling my friends, you people are saying we are looking for iron bender, a strong hand Nigeria need, and everything. I'm trying to be very realistic. So if I use pidgin English, understand that we are family. Okay. So, and all of them were all on that table. And after the election, Buhari came in and the economy started going down the drain. I had a friend that came from the US in that 2015 because of prospect and opportunity to come and establish business in Nigeria. Everything took a nosedive. And from that year, I made up my mind that I am not going to suffer because I was not part of the people that brought this calamity upon the land. And I made some decisions. Let me give you one of the examples. One of the decisions I made. I said, I will not suffer to buy fuel. I made up my mind. And it's about 9 years now. I've not stayed in queue for 1 hour to buy fuel. I don't. Because I told myself that this fuel scarcity, and fuel scarcity have been there for number of days, thousands of days in the last 8-9 years. I made up my mind. If I go to a filling station, sorry, I might say it, but I'm just trying to make up your mind. How you make up your mind that I don't want to suffer certain things. It can be the reality of another person, but you make up your mind. It's a mindset thing. I can go to a filling station, I'll tell myself, the time I'm going to stay on this queue for 3 hours, and my 1,000 naira to give to this person in the exit gate. You can tell me I'm doing the wrong thing, but because they brought a wrong administration in, and we are suffering this, I made up my mind, I won't be part of the people that will suffer this thing. I have different, if eventually I cannot even get the fuel through any means of whether you know someone or you pay to buy instantly, because I tell myself, if I use 1,000 naira to buy a full tank, it will take me for another 1 week or so. It's better than buying black market. But what's come to the worst, I will buy black market and move on, because I've said my peace, my sanity, my time is more important than staying on that queue. I've seen people stay on queue from morning to evening. Now, like, this suffering is unnecessary. You made up your mind to suffer. And many of you have also seen this, that some people will be in certain filling station in a queue for 3 hours, and then you drive down the road, you see another filling station that there's no queue. It tells you that this person is defaultly programmed to just want to stay there. If you see something like that, just put it on just say yes on the group. You see another filling station, they'll tell you, say maybe their meats are not good, or even they didn't even bother to check. They'll just stay in the one that has queue because there's this mindset of, oh, there will be scarcity, let me quickly buy. Like, why do you people like suffer like this? It's not their fault, it's the mindset. So do you know there are people that believe that if it's not painful, or if they do not suffer, that they don't deserve, they don't deserve. Somebody say even ATM. Yes, it's true. Okay, how many of you have gone to ATM machine and there are 4 machines and people are queuing behind one, and you ask them, this one working, they will tell you they've not checked. And then you go and check if we pay you. What kind of mindset is this? Okay, let me catch myself. I think I'm very rude. So the lion is the king of the jungle because of the mindset. So let's quickly move on. So what is this success-driven mindset we're talking about? What is it all about? What are we talking about? A success-driven mindset is a specific attitude and sets of belief that focus on achieving personal and professional goals. So that means we are talking about attitude, belief. Everything we are talking about is the inside of you. So if you're trying to make a success of 2025, yes, you have some level of success. Everybody here is making money, but are you making enough in comparison to your expenses, in comparison to your ambition, to your goals? That's just what we're talking about. So it's not just about your physical hustle, it's also about your mindset. So a success-driven mindset is a specific attitude and sense of belief that can empower, that can make you achieve these personal goals. And some of the characteristics of a success-driven mindset, if you can score maybe 6 out of 8 that I'm going to reel at, you know that yes, you have a success-driven mindset. It's just for you to, like I said, just for you to make sure you daily apply them. The first one is growth orientation. People with success-driven mindset are always conscious of growth. I remember when the previous speaker was talking before, Coach Tayo, she was talking about she's always at the verge of new technology and everything. In the last 10, 15 years, most of the professional courses, I'm an engineer, everyone in my era, when you're going to school, you have like 5 major courses: accounting, engineering, law, medicine, and just a few of them. It is when they didn't give you admission in this, you find yourself in public administration and every other thing that people studied. But you can find out right now in the last 10 years, the pattern has changed. But yet some people are stuck. They've not learned one skill. They don't even know how Excel works. They don't know anything about data analysis. They don't know anything about IT. So they're only just to open computer, use Microsoft Word to type a letter, and that's all. That means you have a semblance of fixed mindset. I'm being careful. I don't want to label anyone. So, but if you are that kind of person, that means you're not really growth oriented. You don't. So the growth orientation, you understand. So that's the first characteristic of a success rate. Second one is resilience. That ability for you to stick in there, irrespective. A lot of people have given up in the last few years based on what has been happening in the economy, based on what's been happening as today. But some other people have made more money. Because the truth is, I always say the closest hour to dawn is the darkest. So if you can stay long enough in the dark, you will start seeing. How many of you have seen that? You enter the room that is dark, and after a while, you seem to see where the wardrobe is. You seem to see where the window is. You now start recognizing what is in your environment, even without introduction of light. So if you have that resilience, that ability for you to stay in there. Some people just say, there are some adages that we need to start questioning. There's something they used to say in my state. I'm from Edo State. They say, if he who fights and run away lives to fight another day. And I always tell them, if you run away at every time that the fight is tough, you will never stand to win a fight, because you have to pass through that toughness before you win any battle. So resilience, the ability for you to stay in there, like just get it done. Then the next one quickly is goal setting. The people with good people with one of the characteristics of success-driven mindset is that these people always have goals, specific goals that they want to achieve. Yes, some of them might be long-term, some might be short-term. Do you know you can even have hourly goals and daily goals? For example, all my activities today, I wire it around the goal to be here live with you. And I've made up my mind. I've worked on my lighting, worked on everything to make sure I am here with you. So that is a goal that I have achieved. Are you with me? So people with success-driven mindset are goal-oriented. They're not easily swayed by anything that is happening around them. And the next one is they have this positive self-talk. I've just seen people that are extremely negative about them. In short, their voice is the greatest critic in their life. I can't get anything right. Anything, when it reaches my turn, I go spoil. Other people now are getting it right. How are you so negative about you? Who bewitched you? Who programmed you like this? It is not healthy. Simply just to say that, I think that the list is not healthy. So people with success-driven mindset, and if you want to achieve that kind of success in 2025, you must have this positive self-talk. You must affirm yourself. Oh, you are the best thing that have happened. You've done a lot. And the truth is, we don't give ourselves enough credit for what we've go through. And if you check it, we've done a lot. Surviving the last 10 years, the last 5 years, in as much as whatever the backlog is, whatever you think the debts are, whatever you think you've not achieved, but even surviving at all, you've done a lot. And the next one is adaptability and flexibility. People with success-driven mindset are adaptable and they are flexible. There's something I say in my training. I say, let the goal be fixed, but let the approach be flexible. Yes, at the beginning of the year, you could have said, we achieve this. Let's say you were doing a business and you were freight your goods to Lagos or to other states, and that's the goal. So people make order your fleet. And now we're talking about increasing, even from 100 and something, they said from November 1st that tickets will be higher and everything. So the goal is fixed. Yes, you still want to do business, but the approach will be flexible. And that's the thing about people with a success-driven mindset. They don't always get boxed in a corner. Once the thing happens, they ask, okay, what's the next option? What can we do? They don't see the end of the road. They see a bend in the road. So they make the turn. You understand? So you always, the goal can be fixed, but you always be flexible about the approach you take to achieve those goals. If anybody getting me at all, can I get a comment in the comment section, please? if someone is with me, please, if there's any of these things that is hitting home with you, just drop a comment. Let me be sure. I have about 14 people on this call, and I don't know how many is on YouTube. So anyways, so that's good. Thank you for your comments. Okay, I'm with you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. So we'll continue. The next one is accountability and responsibility. I use a very funny analogy or description for this. I say when you are young, maybe like your child, 3 or 4 years, I say you hold them accountable while you tell them not to do this, and when they don't do it, or when they don't do it, you hold them accountable. Why? Because you give the instruction. But when you become of age, you are held responsible. That means even if we are not instructed on what to do, you are responsible enough to know what to do. So growth, a success-driven mindset makes you accountable and then responsible. So you are, once you are always the person that pass blame, that you never hold yourself accountable for things, or you're not responsible for things, then you know you don't have a success-driven mindset. And then there are always people that are learning. Continuous learning is one of the characteristics of people with success-driven mindset. How do you run a year, 2 years, no training, no book, nothing? So you just remain the same person you are year in, year out. I often use a statement to say that if the change happening outside is faster than the change happening within you, you become obsolete. And that's why I'm talking about what is happening within you. If there is no change in you, there is no update. Even the phone you are using is growing, because after 6 months, they will say there's a new OS and they will update it. How can everything around you be growing except you? Let me allow that sink in. How can everything around you, the grass in your compound is growing, your phone is growing, everything is growing except you? Why? Because you've not consciously adopted this mindset. And unfortunately, everything remains the same except you grow. If you grow, everything around you grows. That is the truth. Everything around you is waiting for you to grow, for them to grow. Okay, I think lastly, the characteristic of success-driven mindset, these are people that focus on solution-driven people, not always beating dead horse, not always nagging over spilled milk or crying over spilled milk. So you focus on solution. What's the solution? What can we do? What can we do? How can we do this? So solution-driven people. So in essence, a success-driven mindset is about cultivating a proactive, positive, and growth-oriented approach to life. So that's exactly what it is. It empowers individuals to pursue their goal with determination and resilience, ultimately leading to greater achievement and fulfillment. So that has given us what the characteristics of success-driven mindset is. So the next thing I'm going to just quickly talk about, why are we even talking about in 2025 you should adopt a growth mindset, a success-driven mindset? Why does it matter? Why does this success-driven mindset? It's similar to what I've read at, but in a different light. The first thing is because it enhances resilience. And we are at that time where you need to be resilient. So if you have all of those characteristics I've talked about, then it will enhance your resilience. Imagine you're growing, the things that we read earlier. Imagine you are growing every day. Imagine you are responsible, you're adaptable, you're flexible. Imagine all of that, then it's going to enhance your resilience. That means nothing easily can break you down, or nothing can even break you or derail you from your path of progress. Understand? And the next thing is it increases motivation and engagement. So that means it keeps you motivated. Some people say, I don't like motivation. That's because I don't like motivation. I say motivation is like taking your bath. Maybe you need one every day. If the color is true, you take your bath every day. So what stops you from getting a little bit of motivation every day? So this mindset will increase your motivation. So why? Because you're always looking at the brighter side of life. You're always looking at light at the end of the tunnel. Then it promotes continuous learning. The growth mindset, a success-driven mindset, we always promote continuous learning. That's why you will find yourself in rooms like this every other day. Someone else could be watching Premier League now. Someone else could be doing anything else, but you could invest your time, your data here. Why? Because you have this success-driven mindset. And then the next thing is it improves problem-solving ability. And the more you learn, then the more you grow, the more it's easier for you to solve problems. I always tell people something, you just grow, you don't even know when you grow. How many of you know when plants grow? You see a plant in your compound, and after a few weeks, you see it is taller than it used to be. You don't know when they grow exactly. And that's the same way we are. The way we eat in our physical body, the more you're eating, you just know that you've grown from 5 feet to 6 feet, but you can't tell it was this particular meal that made me taller or so. So that's the same way your mind is. The more you're learning, I've spoken for like 20 minutes here, you've picked out 1 or 2, you might not even know exactly what you've learned until the day a challenge comes, and then from your storage, you just find out that, oh, you have a weapon. You just bring it out and you use it. Why? Because you've been learning and you've been growing. So it makes it easy for you to solve problems that come. So that is how it is. So it improves your problem-solving ability, and then it builds confidence. Confidence is something you must wear every day. Yes, it builds confidence because every calamity that befalls you, fear precedes it. So if you don't have confidence, there are some doors you can't even come. There are some doors can't open for you. So then for that confidence actually precedes you. People see it. You might not even see it. People see it before you even talk. And there's even some things you won't attend because you don't even have the confidence to attend them in the first place. And then the next, encourage collaboration and the positive relationship. So if you don't have this mindset, you can't even collaborate, because sometimes you, first of all, write yourself off before you even meet people. Have you ever seen people from afar and you are saying, what will I say to this person? You think that you are not worth anything. Why? Because you've not been developing yourself, you've not been investing in yourself and all of that. So, and then it also, the reason why we're also looking at this mindset, because it facilitates goals achievement. It makes it easy for you to achieve goals. So it won't just be on the pages of your book what you've written, it facilitates it. So imagine you've written every other year, I want to do this, I want to travel, I want to do this. But if you've done all of those writing of goals without eventually having discipline and then daily routines to back it up for you to achieve them. So when you now indulge in this mindset, and then you keep doing all of these things we are sharing, then it makes it easier for you to achieve your goals. And lastly, it increases adaptability. I've talked about adaptability before, so you know what that is. So this mindset that we're talking about, why it matters is it increases adaptability. And if there is any time you must be adaptable, is this time. Because where we are, if you don't have that skill, you eventually will find it difficult for you to survive in this country and then drive long-term success. It drives long-term success. So I want to ask a quick question. What thoughts do you have in your mind right now? So before I get there, you are the only person that thinks in your head. And then you create your experience. So nobody helps you think. So everything you are thinking is what creates, and you know your mindset is what powers your thinking. And the Bible will say, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. So you're thinking. So now, what thoughts are you thinking right now? Can I just get that in the chat session before we go to the other part of my lessons? Catch a thought you are thinking right now and tell me if it's positive, negative, or neutral. I don't know what the thought is and I don't want to know, but just tell me, is it positive, is it negative, or neutral? I want to know. Is it positive, negative, or neutral? Can I get, oh, somebody say, is this equals to, is that supposed to be positive? What thought? Because every time there are a million thoughts running through your mind, so you can't tell me I'm not thinking. So your thought in your mind, is it positive, is it negative, or neutral? Now, the next question is, do you want these thoughts to create your future? Because this is how we must understand that our thoughts, our mindset is what creates our reality. And I love Coach Tayo when he was talking about you must name your emotion. And I said on the chat session, if you can't name it, you can't tame it. So the question also is more like, you must be able to track your thoughts. If the Bible says, as a man thinketh, so he is. So it tells you that you become what you think. Just like our body becomes what we eat. If you drink soda every day, your body will become a sack of sugar because that is what you are consuming. So the same thing, if you keep consuming wrong content every day, your mind will become that. So what thought are you thinking? that thought, do you want it to create your future? So if you catch yourself and say, wow, this kind of thought line I do, and this kind of thought, I don't want this to create my future, then the next thing you could do is to change that thought. So quickly, someone might be wondering, why do I have this lovely, luxurious apartment here? I just want to let you know, because right now we are going into the things that can make you function better. We are going into your mind, really. I want you to see yourself, if you can close your eyes, I want you to see yourself in a luxurious apartment, something better than this. Can you walk in the place? Can you open a cabinet? Or can you turn on the TV in that luxurious, palacious, whatever? If you have seen it in a movie, if you can just picture it. If you can put on the TV or open the fridge or pick something. I wish this was a physical class. I was taking you through how you can use your mind to create your future. We call it the law of attraction. We call it visualization. Do you know you can actually create your reality by visualization? So just the way I'm showing this place, you can have something like this, see yourself in it, immerse yourself in it, that the energy becomes so strong that it becomes your reality. So when we are talking about creating a success-driven mindset in 2025, we are looking at how you can create. So telling me my time is almost up. How you can create your environment from your mindset and then becomes a reality. So let me try and round up very good. So how do we cultivate a success-driven mindset? So quickly, first thing is have an impeccable morning routine. Morning routine is how you set your day on a positive note. The importance of starting your day with the right intentions cannot be overemphasized. And one of those things is meditation. That's why I was trying to get you to understand visualization earlier. One of those things is meditation. You cannot have a success-driven life when you can't even calm your mind, because we are too busy sometimes. Sometimes our mind run riot and run around the whole world. But one of those things is meditation. So I won't go into divine meditation and all of that. That will be another day because I have a short time here. And then the next thing is affirmation. You know, one of the books I've written is 200 Powerful Business I Am Affirmation. Sometimes you have to say those things. I am powerful. I am excellent. I am this. I am intentional. I'm going international. My business is going global. You might just think they are mere words, but we are creators. So sometimes you think that, oh, this thing just happened. There is no harmful chance. I use this thing. I say, the billionaires around us, do you think they are the smartest people? Are they the smartest people? No, they are not the smartest, but there are certain principles they know, and these are some of those principles. And I've actually done research in the course of my professional journey as a mind coach. I discovered that all the top billionaires in the world, they all have these rituals they do. Some of them comes from yoga, some of them but they have this meditation, affirmation, and all of them. So the next one quickly is planning. Now we're coming to the physical one. So you should be able to plan. You should be able to. So this is how to cultivate a success-driven mindset, because it doesn't just happen. Just because I say somebody has a fixed mindset and you have a growth mindset does not mean. So if you had a fixed mindset, you want to make it a growth mindset. How does it happen? It's not by laying on of hands. These are the things that can make you have this growth mindset. In case you are wondering why I'm reading this out. So the first one is having, what are the things you will do in your morning routine? I wish I could share my morning routine list. Actually had this snap on my phone. It's just on the wall in my home office. I wish I could share it. Some of these things are there. I have time for meditation in the morning. I have time for affirmation. And then I plan my day out. Then gratitude. The previous speaker was talking about, see, all truths are parallel. She was talking about gratitude journaling. So it's very key. You can do it in the morning. You can do it when you come back at the end of the day. Then the second one is goal-oriented actions. So you must set small goals that are actionable goals that you can do daily, but that align with your overall goal. For example, if your overall goal is to have your doctorate degree, like my boss is, then what are your daily goals that you must do to be able to achieve that goal in 24 months or in 12 months? So that's the second thing that you can do. And in turn, you would have created a success-driven mindset. And the third one is reflection. Practice daily or weekly reflection to track progress and attract strategy. Strategies. I listened to, I've forgotten what's his name again, a very big brand strategist, Leke Ada one time. He said reflection is one of the most powerful ability for you to look through whatever that happened in your day or in the past and be able to track it and decide, oh, where did I miss it? Where did I not do it right? Being able to reflect on things is a very positive. So you can, it's more like you see those movies that you watch and you see people rearranging IT, all those Tony Stark or so, Iron Man. That's the kind of thing you are reflecting and you are fixing it so that the next time such problem occur, you don't approach it with the same mindset. And that quickly brings me to the next one. So think of one small habit that you can start today to move towards your success goal. So think of one small habit. So now that I've talked to you about, whether it's reflection, whether it's visualization, you can read more about it. You have more time. You just one habit. Why? Because people choose their habit and their habits eventually decide their future. So you think of one habit you could do. And so my time is up. So my last few words, one would be think abundance. So if you're going to have a success-driven life, think abundance. Stop thinking what you don't have. There's money, there's money out there, and then you just have to go get it. There's something I often say. I say everything God created is in abundance. And I'll give you a quick example. The sand, we've been building since before we were born, and we've not run out of sand. The trees, they've been felling wood for many years. I remember when I was very young, there's something called forest guide, and we've not run out of trees. Water, there's more water than land on earth. So these are the natural things God created. Scarcity is man-made, and then you can change it. Think abundance. I'm in the real estate industry. In the last 10 years, you see the number of houses and districts that opened in Abuja. But in the last 10 years, people have been complaining there's no money throughout Buhari regime. It's not about the general economy, it's about your personal economy. So you think abundance, create your personal opulence, create your personal mindset, because it starts within you. As a man thinketh in his heart, I have said it before. I love that proverb that say, guide your heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. So you must guide your heart what you think. See, if you think your predominant thought, your life will go in the direction of your most predominant thoughts. If all your thought is about insecurity, thief, hey, one chance, you will come in contact with one chance. Why? It's the law of attraction. The more you release the energy, what you are looking for is looking for you. My coach will always say that, Sam Obafemi. So think abundance, leave what you can't control. That's one of the things he taught me during COVID. He said there are things you have control over, there are things you don't have control over. Leave the ones you don't have control over and focus on the one you have control over. So why are you worried about every other thing? That's the one. Then the next one I would say is to invest in your mind. The best investment you can make is in you. Read, learn, and transform. Invest. This is an investment. Paid program, paid courses, invest in your mind. And success is a mindset first and a reality second. So that is it. Some people are waiting for something to happen externally to make them successful. No, success is a mindset first. If you are successful in your mind, it will only take time. That success will eventually show outside. It will eventually come out. And then lastly, I will say, you cannot future in a future that you cannot picture. If you can't see it in your mind eye, chances are you can never hold it. So you cannot future in a future you cannot picture. So you must be able to see it. You must be able to talk it. As a matter of fact, it must be tangible to you in your subconscious until it becomes reality. And I've manifested a lot of things in my lifetime. And what I'm telling you is real. So thank you. Thank you. My name is Don Eugene, as I was introduced. Facebook, Don Eugene. Instagram, I am Don Eugene. I don't know if our facilitator is still here.
Hello. Okay. Yes. Please give us the accolades. The Don has spoken. The Don has spoken. I like your the last quote that you cannot feature in a future you cannot picture. You don't need even dropping rhyming words. Feature.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
The children, we are currently doing rhyming words, so I'm trying to hear now. They will quickly catch those rhyming words. You cannot feature in a future you cannot picture. So
So
we
you
learn
have
to visualize.
Yeah, we have to see it. That's the truth. We are just we are like we are the realities we saw yesterday is where we are living. I've seen a lot of people that said, "Oh, when I was in secondary school, I always thought of this. We create our own reality, we create our future. That's what it is." So now we'll be unconscious about them, but now we need to be more conscious what we are attracting into our life. Knowing that whatever is not about whether it's positive or negative, but whatever our dominant thought is, whatever our dominant our mind is always on, eventually becomes what we are attracted to. That's why you see people that say, I don't have luck with boyfriends. They're always having abusive people, and they keep having abusive people because that's what they think about and that's what they attract.
Yes, so thank you so much. Thank you. This was a powerful session. And I've written down 3 things, like you said morning routine, goal-oriented action, and reflection, reflective practices, and then you should think of one small habit you can start changing today to move towards your goal. And I've decided that when I wake up in the morning, you see that phone that you put beside your bed. In fact, I started telling myself, I will charge the phone because the excuse is I want to charge the phone beside. Let me use it to wake up, the alarm, this. So the phone will stay in another room. I will stay in another and sleep in another room. And then when you wake up, the first thing you're doing is not quickly looking at phone messages and then it will waste your money. So my morning routine is going to change from today. Please, can we put some accolades for the dawn? I said I will call you the dawn in the message. You see why I said? In fact, I chose the right title for you, the dawn. So thank you so much. Thank you very much. There's one book when I started working. There's this book, part of orientation. They give us this book at that organization, and there was one quote that always stays in my mind. It says, "Whatever the mind can conceive, it can achieve." So it's buttressing this. You cannot feature in the future. You cannot picture. So whatever your mind can achieve is a step towards conceive. Is a step towards achievement. So we appreciate this. Questions, comments, and contributions in the comments comments section, please. Before we have Sam Obafemi round up the session for us. Thank you. Oh, and because this is very deep, I'll just taking notes and I need to go and read. My book is very full. I understand that some of the characteristics we should have to have a growth mindset, where some of it I was trying to think which one it's you had said we should check which one do you do or which one do you feel you have to grade yourself and know whether you have growth mindset or a fixed mindset. You talked about being resilient, you talked about having a growth orientation, you talked about goal setting, positive self-talk, adaptability and flexibility, accountability and responsibility, continuous learning. A lot of our facilitators today were educators, and one of the key strong points in education industry is that you have to be a lifelong learner. You have to be a lifelong learner. So you know that at least if I don't have anything, you see that continuous learning, I have it. As a teacher, you have to continue to learn. So it's good that we all adapt it, and then you always focus on solutions. There are some people, before you even say anything, is a problem they are seeing, and they will just want to make everybody, just push everybody down with that, because you have not even started something and you're already bringing out all the problems and you're getting everybody overwhelmed. So that's focus on solutions. So what can happen? What can we do to make it work? Even though it's not working, we can always make it work. So thank you so much. We'll begin to think abundance, begin to invest in our minds, and begin to know that success is a mindset and a reality second. And as you said, we'll see the future, we'll picture the future, and then we can feature in it. Done. See, your accolades are coming in.
I think the way you captured, I know you are really a teacher. The way you captured every point, it's like I sent you my slide and you have everything. Wow, that's powerful. Not even one missing. Wow.
Thank you. Yes. You know, the skills have to be there. You have to capture it. The children, they say, if you cannot explain it, and I teach younger children early years. So if you cannot explain it to a 4-year, 5-year, or 6 years old, if you can explain it to a 4, 5, 6-year-old, then you know what you're talking about. So this way, I'll be able to explain to my children, because most times, anything I'm picking, I'm thinking about bringing it down to the barest minimum so that they too will benefit from anything I learn. We all get to benefit. Thank you so much, Didon, and we're happy to have you. Thank you so much. Your colleagues are coming in. I can say, if one say, well done, Didon. I've like saying, done, Didon, and they are even hailing you.
Thank you.
In that name, I think I've just gotten the name, Didon. Thank you. I will be saying on the Octopus speaker poll. So thank you so much for coming. Please, your comments, your contributions are welcome here. And so let me do a recap of what we have learned today. So it's like today's session is on how to improve ourselves and ensure that our future is going to be better. How to ensure our future gets better. So the first facilitator was Abdullahi, and Abdullahi talked about exploring how to make our meetings, convert our meetings from being time wasters to effective. I want to change okay. So how to make sure our meetings are converted from being time wasters to an efficient one and a productive one. He talked about the key components of a meeting so that it's like that. So the first thing he said was, let's always have a clear purpose, have a structured agenda, have a facilitator to make the meeting effective, have a secretary that's going to assign actions and take minutes of meetings, and then remind people of their action points. Make sure there's effective time management, choose the right format, distribute minutes of meeting, invite only necessary participants, establish a follow-up process, refreshments, and then he talked about some common pitfalls. And then our second facilitator talked about, which is Juliet Oneko, said title was Ready, Go, All You Need to Demystify and Excel in 2025. She mentioned that we should, when we set goals, that at least for this year, we should reflect. If we didn't meet it, if we met 80% or 70%, about the 30% unachieved, we should carry it on and then set our goals. And then we should plan ahead, plan our goals with a legacy approach. And we should think of both our internal limitation and external barriers, meaning that our internal limitations are things we can control and the external barrier are things we cannot control. But on getting the external barrier, just think about who can help you, what you need to do, who does it depend on, what can you do to influence the outcome? Do you need like personal trainer if you're in fitness journey? Do you need financial advisors if it's about finances, bottom line, and then you need to learn continuously, be part of a group, to just achieve all those things. Bottom line, pen down what you want and take necessary actions to achieving them. And then we moved on to Temitayo, who spoke about naming your emotions. Temitayo Ebikunle, she said that we should understand that our emotion to give us insight, we should understand that our emotions are data, and this data are messages to us to help us make informed decisions, and they should not be the directives to us. So what can we do? Some of the tools she gave us said you should have a mood tracker, we should journal, we should have art therapy or group therapy. We should process our emotion and act with better decisions, because the emotions, put the emotions in perspective. And then she shared with us an emotion wheel that shows the wide variety of vocabulary we can use for emotion. And lastly, the Dawn talked about creating a success-driven mindset and gave us practical habits for personal and professional growth. And some of the things I've put, why success matters, mindset matters. I say enhances resilience, increases motivation and engagement, promotes continuous learning, improves problem solving, builds confidence, promotes collaboration, facilitates growth, achievement, increase adaptability, and it drives long-term success. So these are some of the pointers we learned today. And I hope you have learned with me, and we're going to put some of these things into practice starting from today, because they say the longer we leave what we hear and don't apply it, and then we lose it. So let's not lose everything we have learned today. Please, we have members of SECA still here to help us round up. Coach Sam is supposed to talk to us a few minutes. Is he here? SECA Africa, do I have Coach Sam on board? Korede, are you still here? I'm supposed to have Korede on board. Korede, are you here?
Yes, I am, ma'am. Coach Sam is
Okay, it's Coach Sam.
Oh, no, he's not on the call. So you can wrap up the webinar for us.
Okay, so
thank you very much.
Thank you, Korede. So remember, there are so many, OBK dropped a number for us. If you want to join the group, there are so many things SECA is doing for us. So there are some courses, webinars, workshops they have lined up to help businesses, individuals to come on board to progress and promote themselves, just like all our facilitators today have spoken about. Please go on the website and see what you can do. And then for those of us in Abuja that have tried the octopus meal, enjoy. It's still on with K Jollof. And for those in Lagos that have not seen it, it's coming between the October 28th and November 1st. So just go on the website, you see more information about it. Thank you everyone that stayed through from the beginning to the end. Thank you for joining this October session of the Pan-Africa webinar. We look forward to seeing you next month. And thank you to all our facilitators for trying to get us to be better. We appreciate it, and we're going to put into practice all that we have learned. Thank you, everyone. You can put your comments in the section before we round up. Yes, so SECA says we can reach them on 08073610884. Thank you so much. We can put on our videos and just say hello to each other before we go. And we're right on time to go. 2 minutes to round up. Thank you for joining. My name is Morufat Temitope Adeniran, and I am first your Fon Yoruba teacher, and also I have an enrichment club for children where they learn languages, arts, music, and enrichment program, something that will just make them feel better about themselves in a very fun way. And I'll see you. Thank you. Please. Oh, I see some of us have put on a video. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Who else is putting on their video? And please, for those of us in Lagos, who is coming for the octopus meal? Let's start bonding here. Mr. Abdullah, have you tried the octopus meal? You have not. So are you willing to try? Let's see. I know Dr. Buchi tried. Let me see who else have tried. All those in Abuja. Are you in Abuja, first of all? Maybe that should be the question. You're muted, sir.
I'm currently in Abuja, but I haven't tried it yet. Perhaps I'll be in Lagos when it gets to Lagos. Who knows?
Oh, great. So we can see, and then we'll see how it works. I can't wait to taste it. So thank you everyone for coming, and we have come to the end of today's session. I hope you have enjoyed yourself as much as I have and learned so much, because our facilitators, our speakers were loaded, and I see a lot of things I'm going to be applying. And reach out to SECA Africa for more of the community, mastermind community branding, the marketing without a budget, our business retreat, and so many other things. Thank you, Mr. Tayo for Lagos. You're welcome. And say they're done. Okay, so enjoy the rest of your day and have a lovely weekend and a better week ahead. Bye. See you next month. Thank our host to give us some music to dance out. That's how we do. Korede, please, some music, please. Thank you. No music. Okay, please give us some music to step out of. Thank you, Dr. Buchi, Mfon Abia, Veronica, Kunle Abiade, and everyone that has been on the call from day one, from morning. Thank you so much. No music. I have only nursery rhyme.